Hello everybody, welcome to the channel, and we're building a social media application. Very simple, tailored specifically for beginners, and there's a ton of things to learn. Right, so as you can see here, we can create an account. So I can say demo user, I can give it a demo user, demo, I can say just demo, right? Then for the email, I can say demo@gmail.com. Then for the password, I can say demo. I can say, let me intentionally do this. Then I intentionally do this as well. Then I'll try signing up. You see passwords do not match. Then let me just write it in demo and demo. Right, okay. Then I can now click on sign up. User has been created, so I can just use the details here, demo@gmail.com, demo as well @gmail.com. So over here we have demo showing nicely. Now as you can see, we can see a few posts from some other users over here, right? We can like the posts. Okay, we can also go inside the user and follow the user, and then the user should show up inside our profile here as our friends. We can go back to the home, or we can even go back to that user and then go into another user, follow the user as well, check back, realize that that user is part of our friends list. You can go back and unfollow a user, go back to check, there is no user on our friends list anymore. We can create a post here or on the home page, so everywhere works. When I create the post, I can say something like, hello, I am a demo user. Look at my image below. So I just pick out one image, right? Then you can see it appear here. I'll upload. It has been uploaded successfully. If I go into my profile right now, I should see the post down here, and if I even go into the home page, I should also see the posts appear. There's basically that this one is how these posts are being displayed. Actually is a random aggregation of posts. You're going to be using the mongodb aggregation pipeline to do this. So we are basically making or randomizing the display of posts on our home page. Over here we can update our profile picture by clicking on the edit profile here, and then we can select either of these. I'm going to select this one. Then we can either cancel, or we can select it again and use it. Save changes. Right, so when we go and even come back, click on demo, you can see it here. Alright, now that we know the things that we are working on, we can now begin. Hello everybody, so we are back on the channel, and this is basically the last part or the last series of our social media application that we're building. And then basically in this last part, we're going to complete it by joining the backend and the front end. So if you know you've not been able to go through the backend video and also the front end video, please go through them, make sure that you built them there, and then they are looking exactly how we have them, or the backend is functioning how we expect it to be. Then after you are done with both of them, you can come to this video and then we can build our application together. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to basically be doing today is we are going to work on UseEffect. I'm going to explain how UseEffect functions, how basically what you need to understand about UseEffect for you to be able to use it to your advantage in the future, right? Then after learning it, we can now implement we can now use that concept in our to our own advantage, right basically. So that's what we are going to use to display the timeline post over here. All right, so first of all, I am going to remove this. Then here, okay, so over here, as you can see, we have been able to start running it, and then we've been able to start the server too as well. So so for me to be able to talk about UseEffect, right, I just want to let you understand that UseEffect is basically a hook that in our case, for our application, most of the time is used when you are trying to get data from the server or from our API, right? But you want to be able to get the data in such a way that it doesn't have to re-render, or you don't have to waste memory, or even cause memory leaks and all these little things that come with it. You want to make sure that you are calling the data efficiently and then only when you need them, right? So when you think about use effects, one of the things that you need to keep in mind is there's something called a dependency, right? So you can use your use effect function with or without a dependency. So the only thing that the dependency does is it only says that, okay, so anytime this dependency changes, then we re-render our component. Let me give you a quick example of what I'm talking about. So I'm quickly going to say use effect, right? I'm quickly going to import use effect. Let me use the use effect snippet. Then I'll take this dependency out. It has no dependency. Okay, on a small sec, I'll just use it. I'll just call use effect like this. Okay, then okay, that was a mistake. Actually. Okay, then I would, oh, where's my cursor? Okay, then I would now bring in my brackets here. Then inside the bracket I would have another bracket also inside. Then over here I'm going to bring in the equal to, and then inside we have our first function, use effects function, right? Now inside this use effect function, we want to make sure that it has no dependencies, right? Okay, so now that we know this, let me say console.log I have no dependencies, right? So let me quickly do something here. So over here I'm going to quickly add like an input. I'm going to add an input element here, right? Then I'm going to take the value of this input element. So let's say a const, then I'll say something like value and set value. When you say something like value and set value, then inside here we have the use state here. Okay, so for the use state that we have here, we can make it an empty string, right? We can quickly make it an empty string over here. Right, now that we have it as an empty string, I can come here and then give an onChange. So I'll say onChange. You can select this. I want to make sure that I'm taking E as a parameter. Let me check my mic. Yeah, my mic works. I'm taking E as the parameter, and then I am setting the value to the target, right? So I'll say set value to the e.target dot value. Alright, so now that we have this, we want to say that the value for this should be what? Value in general, this value variable that we have, right? Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to also log this. I want to log the value while we are changing it, right? So when we come back here, I'm going to click on inspect elements really quickly, so that we can so that I can explain. Okay, it looks like it's taking a little bit of some time, but a little bit of patience, we should be able to open it. Okay, let me go into the console. Okay, click in it. Let me check my mic, make sure that it's working. Alright, it's working. Okay, I'm going to refresh it so that we can clear out the terminal. Okay, so as you can see here, it says that I have no dependencies, right? And I think our inputs should be around here because it's tailwind, so it sort of cleans out all the styling. So you should see this is our input, right? So as you can see, it says what I have no dependencies. Now, because our useEffect function inside the component basically has no dependencies here, the only time it will render is the only time it renders when the page refreshes, basically. So if it renders 5 times, it's going to stay rendered 5 times. If it's rendered once, it's going to stay rendered once. Do you get me? Yeah, basically. So there's nothing I'll do on this page that will cause this to re-render, right? Like, let's say, right? So the only thing that is rendering is the value that is here, right? Now, if I set the dependency for this useEffect, right? If I set a dependency to be this value, then if I change the value here, this one or this functionality here, or whether we perform an API call or whatever, the data that is coming out of here would have to re-render again, or would have to be recalled again, which obviously would be a big issue, especially when you have to pay for API calls. You're using a service like Firebase. It will be a whole lot of headache. You don't want to fall into such mistakes, right? So basically, I'm going to open this, and then I'm going to refresh so that we can get a clear console, right? So as you can see, it has been rendered like that, and basically we set its dependency to be the value inside our input component, right? So I'm going to go to the input component here. I'm going to click on it to focus it, right? Now let me change something. You'd realize that this I have no dependencies here will now be doubling. So see, you see, so anytime we change it, you realize that there are some changes that also go on, right? So basically that's basically what useEffect is, right? You make sure that most of the time when you're calling your data from your API to display on your page, you want to make sure that it has no dependencies, unless the data is being called due to a certain property, maybe a certain user ID or something, or maybe a certain particular value that you have is changing all the time, right? That's when you can add a dependency. But if it's just normal data that you're trying to display on your page, you want to make sure that there are no dependencies in here, right? So that it just displays when it displays or when the page loads, right? Yeah, so basically that's useEffect. And then in the next video I'll make sure I go through, or we'll move on to the next step, which is displaying data, displaying the timeline post onto the home page. Alright, so now that we understand how useEffect works, let us clean this and let's just start working with a few other things. Let's display the timeline post on our home page, right? So I'm just gonna clear this. Okay, so let's start. So as you can see, when we go back into our browser, okay, I'm gonna go back. I think we were not done cleaning it up. Like, just take this out. Okay, when we go back to our browser, we should see that the page load is back again. Everything is intact with the dummy data that we had integrated into it, right? It should be here. Should be here in no time. Let me quickly refresh. Okay, PC is a bit slow. Alright, so now that it is back, we can see everything here. Let us just start displaying the timeline post here, right? So in order for us to display the timeline posts, we're going to have to make some API calls. So what we can do is, inside this useEffect that we have here, we can just start making API calls, right? But let's not do that here, or let's just do it. Let's do it real quick. Then after, I'll show you at the end of the video, I'll show you a much more efficient way for you to handle your API calls in your front-end application, right? So let us quickly say const timeline posts, Okay, then inside here I'll set that to this, and then I'll say async. Then over here, then I'll say try catch here. Then I'll just log out the error. Alright, let's log out the error for the meantime. Then over here I would say that let's create a const response, and then this response is going to quickly make the call. So I'm going to say what? Axios. Let's import Axios. Okay, we've not imported Axios. It's also not coming out for us to import. So just gonna come here, import Axios. Wait, what? From Axios. Import Axios from Axios. Then we can come back. Let me check my mic. Okay, works. Come back here, and then I would say axios.get. What is Axios getting? Actually, okay, let's just use this. What is Axios getting? We are going to go into the main or the base URL, that is localhost 5000 actually. Then we have API v1. Then after this API v1 we have what? Posts. And then at the end of the post we have what? Timeline posts. But we can check, because I can't seem to remember the spelling of how I made things look like. So here, okay, it's get timeline post. Right, I'm just gonna copy that. Okay, but okay, get timeline posts. We can go back and paste it here. Go back and paste it. I'm just going to take care of this. Now, in order for us to be able to get something based off of a user ID, I don't think this is one of the best ways to do it, and I believe that one of the best ways to do it is to take it from the params or a query. Right, so in our case you're going to take it from the params. So how do we fix that? Let me first of all delete this. We'll not need it right now. Okay, sorry. So I would go into the, I think, is it the services? Let's go to the routes first. So I'm going to hold control, and I'm going to click. It will take me inside. I hold control and click, and this should also take me inside. Why is it keeping this long? Alright, so it's here. So as you can see, we are taking the user ID, and we are going to take it from params, obviously. Right, so I'm just going to copy this and then paste it in here. Right, and then I'm going to go into the controller, the post controller here. I'm going to change this to params. Alright, so we are going to take the user ID from the request of params, then we are going to add it here. So see what? User ID. Alright, that should be done. So we'll go to the news feed basically. Now at the end here, what are we going to do? I'm quickly going to open up the database and pick up this user ID. No, this user ID, and then I would place it here. We've not set up authentication. That is why we are doing it straightforward like this, just to show you guys how things work in general. So you can see console.log. Then if I log out res.data and we check the browser, basically we should see, oh yeah, we forgot to add await. Right, so whenever async comes, then you await the call. We go back and things should be working as we expect it to, but we have not initialized this, so let me quickly initialize it here. Okay, quickly initialize it. Okay, so when we go back to the browser, we should see, I'm gonna go into, okay, says, okay, let me refresh. Okay, let's see what comes up. Okay, this is a little weird. This is not where we're supposed to get. I'm gonna go back. Okay. Yeah, so basically we are not able to connect to the database. I'm just going to go into one file inside the server side, and I'm just going to press Ctrl S to save so that we are connected to the database. Unfortunately, for my country, we do have some network issues going on. We can't really connect well to the internet due to some cables destroyed under the sea. So pardon me if I'm taking a little longer to upload, and also I'm also finding it difficult calling the APIs. Okay, so I'm wondering why this thing keeps showing. Let me check. I'm gonna click on this res.data. Okay, I think I know why. I'm supposed to have the doubles here, right? So yes, that's the issue. I'm gonna come here and then add them up, and that should be it. I'm gonna go back here and refresh one more time. Alright, trying to refresh one more time. Okay, it says that there's an error. Let me check and see. Post fetch failed. Okay, it looks like my network, as I said before. I'm going to go back here and then try to reconnect to the database and go back to try again. Pardon me. Okay, pardon me for that. Okay, so as you can see, the timeline posts have been fetched. Okay, now you can see that it's inside the object name timeline post. So I'm basically going to add this. I'm going to go back to the news feed. I'm going to add timeline posts, and then when we go back here, you should see that it only brings out this object to map through, or this array of objects to map through. So what do? We want to display these objects on the page, right? But how do we do that? We first of all need a state. I'm going to say a const posts, then we say set posts, and then we are going to give that a use state. Of an empty array, basically. And then over here we can set posts to this post array, and then what we can do is we can come here and replace this posts with posts. Right now we are going to get some errors. Let's not forget to change the key to this one, because when we come to this side, you can see that this is the ID. This is how the ID property is named, right? So that's how we are setting it. Now when we go back, we realize that we have a lot of errors because there are some things that we will not be able to read because basically they are empty, right? And that's not how we are supposed to be calling them in general. So you can see the profile picture and all some other things are undefined. So we can go into this posts component here, and then we can correct a few things. So I'm quickly going to clean this. Let's not work on that first, right? I can't just clean it and just start putting in profile picture, right? So what we need is the user information, basically. So here I'm going to do another use effect that is going to help us do what the use effect that is basically going to help us get the user information. Let me check my mic to make sure it's working. Yeah, it is. Then inside this use effect, let me basically copy the same thing over so we don't have to do everything from scratch. I'm gonna go here and then copy this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, or let me not add a use state. Let me just copy this, and then I'm going here. Oh, I mistakenly copied. Okay, let me go back to the posts. and then I would paste it here as well, give some space. Then here I'll say what, get user info. Alright, so get user info. So an async, we have this, and then we change this to what, users. And then since you are trying to find a user by the user ID coming from that particular post, we are basically going to clean this. Okay, I mean, if we go here to our routes, if we go to our user route here, you can see that to get a user by ID, it's just users. In this side is just users, and then the next one that follows is basically the user ID, right? So how do we set that up? I'm going to go back to post, and then I'm going to clean this because it's going to be dynamic depending on each post that is being rendered. Then I'm going to remove these normal double quotes, and I'm going to put back text because we are going to concatenate a few things. So over here I'm going to bring my $sign and then my curly braces. Then I'm going to put in posts dot user ID because every post has a user ID property if you check through the database. Alright, cool. Now that we know this, we can create a user object. So I can say const or use state for user, right? So I can say user and set user and set user. I'm going to give that a use state, and then we are going to set that to an empty object basically. Now that we have this object, I could say set user. Set user. Set user to this res.data and not anything else. So user is res.data, and if we log out the user, you should be able to see the user information. Okay, now you remember we learned a few things about UseEffect. Now let me initialize this get user info before I do anything else, right? So okay, get user info has been initialized. Now you can see that this post.id is going to be dynamic. It's going to change based off of every post, right? So because of that, what we want to do is we want to add it as a dependency, right? So we can say post dot user ID, because at the end of the day, anytime the user ID changes, we have to re-render, right? We have to re-render another set of user info, right? So I'm glad you understood this part. Let's now start fixing in things. So if I come and log out the user, here, and we check we should be able to get this user. Let me refresh. We're getting a lot of errors because we've not made certain corrections, but hopefully after these corrections things should be okay. Alright, it looks like we are not getting okay. It says UseEffect is not defined. That makes sense. Alright, so now we should be able to import UseEffect. Okay, and what else? I hope use state. Okay, we've already imported use state. We should be able to get. Let me log out the response alone. I want to log out the response alone, right? So I want to say log response because I can't seem to console.log res. Okay, now if I go back, I should be able to see the response. Okay, it keeps saying profile picture can't be read. For the newsfeed, unique key, I think we already gave it to it, right? In the newsfeed here. Okay, unique key, yeah, we already gave it to it basically, so we don't have any problem with that. Let's start fixing in the users. So as you can see here, now that we've been able to call this, let me go back and check how we arranged our data so that we make sure we are not missing anything. So over here, if I get one particular user, I bring out the data. Okay, so it's data basically. So if I come here and I go into this post, it's going to be what? res.data.data. Okay, which is wrong in general, but okay, so what I'm going to do is let me go back and rather correct it. All right, let's correct it. Let me go to my users controller and correct it. So I'm going to say user info should store the object value data. Okay, so now that I've been able to set this up, we can go back into the post component here and then set that to what? User info. Okay, now that we set that to user info, we should be able to collect every user info that we get, right? So let me scroll down. Okay, it looks like we're still finding problems with the connections. Let me go back here. Yeah, it's buffering, right? Like I said, the connections. So I'm going to save again so that it connects to the database again. Then we try. Very sorry for the inconvenience. It's around the country. The whole country has a network issue. So over here, you can replace this with the user object here. You can also replace this with a user object here as well. So when we go back here, okay, it says what? Bad response, internal server error. Okay, that looks like a network something. Yeah, it looks like a network issue. I'm going to refresh. Okay, we're still getting. Okay, it said post slash. No, this is not the right. Okay, we already corrected this, so it should be in the newsfeed. Yes, then this is it. This is what we should be getting, but it looks like that the network is not being able to connect to the database. Why is this happening? Says Axios is not defined. Okay, makes sense. I'm going to go into posts and I'm going to import Axios here too as well. Okay, now we should be good. Okay, now as you can see, the account has been fetched and you can see that we are displaying the username here, but as you can see, if we look through, we don't really have a profile picture because it's empty. So what we are going to be using is basically a no profile picture, right? But we are just going to set that as an all. So over here we are just going to bring this double sticks or double lines, right, to set the all condition, and then we are going to import a few images. So over here I can create a new folder called assets, right, and then I'll import a few things. I'm going to go into the downloads and then just drag and drop basically. So over here we have user.png. I'm quickly going to drag and drop it into the assets here, right. Now that we have this, I'm quickly going to come here and import it. So I'm going to import user pic from this assets slash what user user.png, user.png, right? Now that we have this, I'm quickly going to come here, alright, and then when we go back to the project, you should see that it should fill up with all these default profile pictures, right? Okay, now let us start working on displaying the other data that we have. So as you can see, when we come to the post here, it's a created at, right? It's a created at. We are going to use the created at property. Now when we go back to render, you see how it appears. We are going to use a package called moment to set up that ago type of time, or that ago type, so maybe 7 days ago, 2 hours ago type of time, right? So in order for us to do that, I'm basically going to clone this terminal for the client, and then I would say npm I moment. Okay, now once we're able to install moment, I should be able to import it. So I'm going to import moment from moment. I'm going to have to put that in double quotes, but moment from moment, and then over here we can put this in a bracket like this and say, well, moment, and then after this we are going to say this dot, then we are going to say from now. Okay, it looks like our package is not being okay, it's now installing. So with this we should be able to work on that. Let's see. All right, it's going to re-render, and then we should see our time working as we expect it to be working. Right, so as you can see, a month ago, right? All right, that's awesome. Let us move on to the description. Okay, we already have the post.description. It was named as disk over here, right? So we don't have any problem with that. Then we can go to the photo too, since we do not have photos for each post at the moment. We can just import one particular photo and you use that photo for basically the post that we've rendered. Then we'll handle it in the future, right? So I'm going to say test post photo. Let me say test post photo. Okay, we even have post pic here, right? So we can just use this, come here, and then just post it here. So post pic, and then you should see apply to every post, but don't worry, we would handle the image upload in the future. So now that we set the picture here, now we are left with the number of likes, right? So over here you can see that this like is a state variable, right? So over here when we look inside the database, it is actually a likes array, not a like. So we are just going to add the s to it, and then that should fix that. Let me check my mic. Okay, it works. So that should fix that. When we go back, we should see, okay, now as you can see, it has been set to the ID here instead of the number, right? So in order for us to be able to fix that, we are going to come here, right? What we're going to do is we're going to come here, and then we want to say length, right? Alright, so we want to look through the post.array.likes and say length, but we are going to get an error because it will tell us that it can't find whatever of length, right? Can't read the properties of length. Now that could be because it's not seeing it, or it's not, the post is not rendering, right? And also when you look into the database, you can also see that it's not all posts by this user ID that has an array, right? They're usually empty, right? So in order for us to be able to fix that too, what we can do is we can add this question mark, so that we'll say check if it is an array that contains a bunch of user IDs, then you can now bring out the length. Or if you check and then the array has been rendered, then then you bring out the length, right? So it checks and then now brings out the length, okay, as you can see here, right? So now that we've been able to see or do these checks, let us go back to see. Okay, as you can see, there's nothing really to work on. We don't have any comments inside our database data, right? So we can't really do anything with that. But now we can now start working with the most efficient way, or one of the best efficient ways of handling your data display or API integrations, right? Now as you can see over here, we have this. Now if we have to keep typing this, you can see that it will be very stressful, right? So what we can do is can minimize this really quick and then come here into the SRC and then create a new folder called utils, right? Now I'm going to quickly delete this one. Okay, then inside this utils you can have the API folder here instead, right? Now with the API folder here, you can have API file, again api.js, right? Now inside here, what we can do is we can import Axios, right? So we can import Axios from Axios, right? Alright, it's here. Okay, now that we've been able to import it, what do? We want to first of all create the base URL, right? So we can say something like const API should be equal to, then we can say axios or axios dot create, right? Now when we create, we open up the brackets and then we create an object inside. What object is it going to be? We're going to say base URL, and then this base URL is going to contain a string of the URL that we would need. So http what localhost what 5000 slash API slash v1. Alright, now that we have this, let's not forget this. So now it is actually a link now that we can use. Now that we have this, let's not forget we can also export it as well, just in case we need it somewhere else, right? So now that we have this, right, what we can do is we can also create a function to get the post, right, inside the news feed. So over here that we have this get timeline post here, we can create a function to do that, right? So I'm basically going to use this user ID as a parameter, right? So I'm going to go to api.js here. I'm going to export const what get timeline posts, and then this is basically going to be a function. Okay, let's fix this thing here. That should be an equal to, right? So now with this function, what we want to focus on doing is I'm going to say API dot what get API, right, dot get, and then what are we getting? We are going to get it from where? We're going to get it from get timeline post, right? So if we go into the news feed here, we can see this, we can say get timeline posts basically, or we can say posts dot get timeline post, obviously. So post dot get timeline post, and we can copy this, or let's cut it out, right? Then we come into the api.js and then we put it here. I'll just clean this. Now over here we can pass in the user ID parameter, right? Then after, we can now fix it inside here. Okay, so what I can do is with my $sign and the curly braces, and I can pass the user ID. Don't worry, we'll fix it. We'll come here, change the double quotes to backticks, change this one also to backticks as well. Then once we are done with this, okay, we should be able to save this. What error do we have still? We should be able to save this. I'm gonna clear this, right? So it can be as straight as this. That's right. So exactly however we want it to be like. So now that we have this, we can now come here inside our news feed here, okay, inside the news feed here. Then we can create this res, okay, here. Then over here I can say what, get timeline posts from the utils, right, that function. Then inside I'm going to wrap it inside the string. Now what string is it going to? It's going to be the ID, obviously, right? But like I said before, if we're able to work on authentication, then we'll make it dynamic. But right now, let's just pass in this ID for the meantime, right? Now that we've been able to pass this ID out, the data that we are getting, we are setting it to this post, and then when we go back to check, you should realize that everything should work out as we expected it to be. So as you can see, even when I refresh, it should come back as we expect it to be. Right, let me check my mic. Right, it still works. Okay, so you can see that it comes out as we expect it to be. Right, now we can basically go to this one and do the same thing for it as well. You can go to the posts here, and then as you can see, this one also has its post.user ID that we need to work with. So what can we do? We can say what, get user info. So let's go to API here. Let's copy this line, and then I'm basically going to paste, and then this is also going to be the user ID, but we say get what, get user, or let's make it get user data, right? Get user data here. Then it's going to take this user ID, then we are going to change this to users, then we'll make this what, we'll take this out, and then it should be like this. So what we'll do now is, I want to go to the post here, and I'll clean this one really quickly. I'm gonna clean it, and I'll see what, get user data, right? Get user data is going to import at the top here, right? Then we pass in what do we pass in the post dot what, user ID. Okay, then once you're able to do that, you should realize that it will log it out like it is logging it out here, and then we still have everything intact as we expected. All right, so now that we've been able to learn how to pass in dynamic data through our API, basically using our user IDs. Now if we go back to the page here, you can see that, okay, let's undo this console logs that we have. I'm gonna go here, and then I'm going to take this off. So we don't have to log anything out into the console anymore. Let's quickly come back, and things should load up as we expect it to. Okay, the network is doing its thing again, but basically let me quickly go here and click on and do my Control S to refresh it, and then I can refresh this page as well, and we should have them load. Okay, it's still saying same thing. Right, but let's not worry. What we want to worry more about is displaying every post inside the application, right? So getting all posts, right? But as you can see, we have not been able to set that up. But here's the thing, we are not going to set up getting all posts just like that, right? We are going to be able to get all posts but make it random, just like how Facebook does it, right? Or these social media applications do it, right? So what we can do is we can basically let me copy this one instead, right? Let me copy this one instead, and then I'll post it like this. So I'll say get all posts. Right, now for this one, we are not taking in anything, right? We are not taking in anything here, but we'll use aggregate, right? We use aggregate, and then inside here we sample it, right? So over here we can use the sample, then this sample is basically going to shake everything up. Then inside we can give it a size as well, right? We can give it a sample size of 40 as an example, right? Let's not forget to put this inside the square brackets here. Then everything should be as we expect it to be, right? I think we should be able to see a snippet come out. Yeah, so it should be as we expect it to be. Now this is post, it's coming out as post, right? So what I'm saying this one does is it basically shakes everything up. So instead of the first post showing first, it wouldn't show first like that. It would instead show the next post or something, but it basically shows up random posts, right? Yeah. So what we are going to do is from the service we go into the post controller, then we can go and use this get posts here. We can paste that here. So say get, or we can say get all posts controller, right? Get all posts, then I'll say get all posts, then we clear this because we won't need any of this. I think inside the service okay, yeah, we did do that correction. So over here we can say posts, right? And posts have been fetched successfully. Okay, posts fetch failed. Alright, now that we've been able to set this up, what we can do is we can go back into the news feed here, and then we clear this, and go inside here. Basically that should be in the api.js, yeah, and then we can create this next API here, calling here. So I can say get all posts here. I can say get all posts, right? Now okay, now I'm going to take this one off because we are not passing in any parameter, right? I'm going to take this one also off, so that it becomes just a normal double quotes. Okay, I think I'm going to have to take it off manually. Okay, I think we have not set up the routes for it, right? So I'll quickly go back and set up the routes so that there will be no confusion. So I'm going to go back to the backend, then we'll go into the post.routes here, and then we'll set up the routes for getting all posts. So I'll say what get all posts, right? Now that we have get all posts, we can say this one should be what, we can just leave it here, right? Yeah, so it will instead rather become, okay, so let's set this up as well. Let me go back. Alright, so we can import that, it's here. Okay, then now that we have that, we can go into the news feed now and then see what get all posts. Okay, now we are going to set it to what, posts. Okay, then now why are we setting it to post? To remember that inside here, inside the controller here, this where our post is going to be, so that's why. So okay, it has been set now. If I go back into this section and everything and the internet is working as it's expected, you should be able to get, oh no, yeah, okay, I'm quickly gonna go into the API here and make sure that everything is okay. Yeah, of course it should be okay now. As long as it's a get request, it should be okay. So we can go back, here to the backend. The network is bad again. then refresh. Hopefully we should be able to call the data now. Still the network error. It said get all posts is not defined. Get all posts is not defined, and then that is in the controller. Right, get all posts is not defined, that is in the controller. So I would import that. Okay, get all posts should now be defined basically. Alright, now that we've been able to set this up, let us refresh it. Alright, so after refreshing, we were able to come up with this really cool data. We have Kofi, and then the time, then we have the test description for Kofi and Amma, and then yes, as usual, Kofi and Amma again. So it basically just shuffles up everything, right? 0 like, 0 like, 0 likes, 1 like, right? So yeah, basically that's how we can present out the information, or we can basically show random posts on the home page, just like how the big social media applications do. Right now, in the next one, we're basically going to move into the profile page, and then we are going to display the information for a particular user based off of the username that has been passed through the params of this part of the page, right, or this link of the page, right? All right, so inside here, I can quickly go into the nav bar now, right? Or even if it's not the nav bar, I can basically do it here. So when you look, let's say this one, right, the picture, you can either click on the picture or the username, and then it should take you to the person's user profile, right? So let me do that on the username, since that one looks more efficient. Or we can even do it on both of them, right, both the picture and then the username. So what we can do is you can add a link tag. Okay, you can add a link tag. Okay, it has to come through. Okay, and then this link tag I'm going to cut, I'm going to paste here. Alright, now with this link tag, we want to make sure that we have one aim. We want to navigate to the user profile, right? But we want to be able to navigate to the user profile of that particular user on which we are clicking, right? So before we even set that up, I want us to come to this one, that is the home here. No, the app.js instead, JSX instead here. So here, over here, we can set up what this. We can set this up, and then say what user name. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, I can go back here to the posts side here, and then I can say, okay, now I need you to go to a user profile, but not just any other user profile, but I need you to go to the user profile of a particular post, or the owner of that particular post, right? So if I say link to, then I give the link, right? So this slash, then I say profile. So I need you to go to profile, and then when you go to profile, I need you to go to the owner of that post's profile, right? So I'm going to say post dot what, then that's where we need to pass in the user name. Okay, so if we go back here and we set this up, okay, I don't know why link is acting like a, so I'll just put it on the username alone. Just put it on the username alone, and I think it should be okay. Yeah, sure. So now that link is here, if I click on it, you should be able to go to, okay, it says what, no routes match the location profile on undefined, right? Okay, so let us go back and say, so
what do we have? We have what? User.username, right? So let's use that instead. User.username. I actually made a mistake. The post has a user ID, right? And then that user ID is what we used to pass here to get the user data, and then we set that to a user state. So we are going to instead use the user.username rather, and not post.username. Yes, so that was the mistake. Now I can go back. Let's go back really quickly. Let's go back. Hope the network works well. Alright, so it's here. As you can see, the post has reshuffled again. Alright, so I'm going to click on it, and then you see that it has taken us to the profile with the what? With the username over here. Right now, what we want to do is we want to start displaying information here. Right now, with what we have inside here, we want to be able to use the username that we have inside this to display the data here, right? But we do not have an endpoint that gives us the user information based off of the username, right? So we can create one for ourselves. But how are we going to create one? We can quickly go into the user service right here. Can go into the user service right now, and then we can, so I want to use one of these, right? So I want to say this one. So then I'll come down here and I'll say get user profile, right? Get user profile. Then we are taking in what? The username, right? Then we are taking in the username as well. Or let's not even pass in any parameters just yet. Let's not pass in parameters just yet, so we understand what is going on. So we are going to say that whenever we go into that page, right, we want to take the username, right? So we are going to say what? Look inside the user collection and find one. Okay, I need you to find one user that has a username of what you are going to pass to this username here, right? So if we say that we are getting the user information based off of this user and we are returning this, we just take this one and then take it here, paste it here, right? Now once we're able to paste this, I can say okay, since basically, yeah, that should be it, right? Now we can take this username and pass it through a query, right? So that we would, okay, let me do that really quick so that we don't get confused, right? So over here we can, instead of passing this, we can say this one is what? Username being the parameter coming here. Let's quickly say what? Dot username. So we can say what? Query, right? Query, and then we are going to say query here as well. Okay, so I'll explain query in a second, then you'd understand how the query works as quick as possible. So now that we have get user profile here, I am basically going to go into the user.controller here, and then I'm going to copy this one. Okay, quickly going to copy this, paste this one, and I would say get user profile controller, and this is going to say what? I'm quickly going to say await get user profile controller, no, get user profile, and it should come from the service basically. Alright, now that we've been able to import it, we now passing what? Request dot query, and then whenever we pass in the request dot query, it takes the username as the query, right? So now that we've been able to set that up inside the inside this one, which is the user controller, right? Now we are passing in the user info here based off of the username query. What do we do next? I'm going to go into the routes, the user route here, and then I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to say get user profile. Okay, get user profile. Okay, now this get user profile is going to say get user profile controller. Okay, then over here we say that we just leave it this way. Okay, we just leave it this way. Now that we've been able to leave it this way, right, we'll go into our profile in the front end. So where's the page? Profile here. We have the profile here in the front end. Now over here where we want to display the username here, we can now do another UseEffect, right? So where are we going to do this UseEffect from? Let me go to this one and then copy this UseEffect that we have here. Okay, quickly going to copy that UseEffect. Oh, I didn't copy it well. I'll copy this UseEffect, then I'll go to the profile page again here. I'll paste that UseEffect, then I want to clear this for the meantime. I'll set a dependency as username that we are getting from the params, right? So okay, been able to set this up. Then we have this one, the function inside, that is going to be an asynchronous function performing an API call, right? So in order for us to be able to perform this API call efficiently, we need to do it inside our API file. So I'm quickly going to go inside this API file here. Okay, then I'm going to say what? So I'm going to say get user profile data. Okay, get user profile data. Then get user profile data is basically going to take in the username. Okay, it's basically going to take in the username. Okay, now that it has the username, we would change a few things. So for query, what you do is after this user route that you see inside this routes file here, if we go inside, you can see that we do not have anything that we are passing in here, right? So for that reason, going into the profile file here, okay, and going into our API file, which is this one, we would say question mark, then the query name, which is what? Username, is equal to, then we now pass in the username. Okay, so as long as this one is performing a username query and then we are getting that username, then with that information that we will get in return, we'll now display it on the page, right? So if I go to my profile, where's the profile? Okay, it's here. I go to the profile, then I would say what? Get user profile info. Okay, then over here I would say what? Get user profile data, user profile data. Okay, it's here, imported nicely. Then we'll pass in, okay, let's initialize this first. Then we need a username parameter that we are passing in, but we need to get this username from the parameters, right? We need to get the username from here. So how do we do that? We can quickly say const what? Username, and then we are going to get it from, I think, use params. Yes, we are going to get it from the use params here. Okay, now that we have this username, we can just pass it into this. So if basically if we log this out, if we log this and say username, you should see that it should be the username that we have in the link, right? So if I come, you see Amma here. Okay, so that's awesome. It says useEffect is not defined, so I'm going to go into the useEffect here and import it, right? So I think useEffect has been imported. Now we can move forward. Then we can create another use state and say user set user. Okay, and then we set that to what, a use state. Okay, set that to a use state of an empty object basically. Then we can set this user, I think when we go back to our user controller here, it says what, user info. Okay, so it's still the same thing basically. So inside here it's res.data.user info basically. Then we can come here and set this username to be what, user dot what, username, and then we can set this to the user bio, right? So we can say what, user dot bio. So if we go back into the project and let's refresh, okay, we are getting the network errors one more time. We're going to refresh quickly. Hopefully we shouldn't get it. Okay, still the network errors. Let me save so that it starts again. Then I'll refresh. It should be here. Okay, we are getting the network errors. I'll refresh one more time, and then when it's back, I'll come back to the video. Alright, so the network finally worked for the profile to show. So as you can see, we have Amma, but there's no bio showing, and that is clearly because when we go through the database here, you can see that no one actually has a bio here on their profile, right? So for that, we can just, for the meantime, we can just go back here and then set this to be a text saying I am new here, or let me say I have no bio, so that we can identify it in the future and fix, right? Okay, now right, I think I have no bio looks weird. Let's just make it I am new here, yeah, basically that should be okay, right? Let's go back. Okay, that should be cool. Alright, so we can see that we have the username showing here, and then the sample bio showing here as well. So the next move is to work on the user information here. Right, so but before we move on, I want to make sure that we do a change here. Now you see this place, we made the user.bio, but when we go to the user model to check, you can see that it's description instead, right? So we want to change that. So I want to go back to where we were, which is the profile. Yeah, this is it, which is the profile, and then we change this to disk. Alright, so now that we set this up, what else are we going to change? We want to move on straight to the user information here. Okay, so in order for us to move on to the user information, you see here, right? You see here, we had a profile prop here, of which we passed to this section, right? But since we are trying to display the user information inside the right bar profile here, we want to pass in the user prop. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We are first of all going to clean this and then pass in user prop, right? And then we are going to pass in the user information that we are getting from that use state, right? Then we'll slide into this one real quick, then we'll change this also to user. All right, now that we have this, we can basically come here. So over here that we have the user information here, we can say what user dot what, you can say user dot city, right? Then we can say user dot from, user dot from, then we can say user dot relationship. Okay, and yeah, the rest we'll handle them later, right? So now that we've been able to set this up really quickly, right, when we go back here, you'd realize, okay, if we are having a few network problems. Okay, let me refresh this. It says profile is not defined. Okay, profile is not defined. So yeah, we forgot to come here and change this rather to user instead, right? Then we should be able to see it now. Let me refresh. Now as you can see, when we refresh it's back on, but you can see that we do not have anything being printed in a city from a relationship, right? So right now we are not trying to work on these ones for the meantime, but we can basically create a new profile or a new user and then set default properties for the user when it comes to the user information, and then we use that instead for these places, right? So what can we do? I'm quickly going to open VS Code, and I'll go to the user model. Where is the user model? Basically this is it. Then what is the first one we want to work with? I'm quickly going to come into the disk part, and I'll say default. Okay, for the disk like this, we can choose to leave it and put in the normal one, but for this one, for the from, we can add a default string. Like so, from Ghana. Okay, and I think we need a city. We also need a city part, the city field, right? So city relationship. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this, then city, and then I'll add what I'll say Accra. Alright, then inside the relationship I can set a default relationship to, I can say 1, right? I can say 1. Okay, so now that I've been able to set this up, let us go into Postman and then sign up a new user. So I would say Henry, then I would say Henry at gmail.com. Then I would say Henry, right? Then I'll just create this user. Alright, so what we can do right now is I'm going to go into the bar here, and then I'm going to write Henry. I think it was a capital, right? So Henry. Alright, so as you can see, we have Henry here, and this is basically the user information that Henry has by default. But for the relationship part, we want to run a few conditions, right? Now, what are the conditions that we want to run? I want to go into the right bar here, and I want to go here. So I want to say that if the user.relationship is equal to 1, then I want to show single, right? But if it's equal to 2, the user dot relationship is equal to 2, I'd want to show married, right? But if it's none of these and it's 3, obviously, then I want to say maybe prefer not to say, or it's complicated. I think it's complicated is better, since that's what Facebook uses in general. You can set this to a capital I, so it's complicated. Then we can quickly set this what okay, so what I'm going to do is there's a little bit of a mistake here. Just going to clean this part, and then that should be it. So when we go into here, you can see that single is what is written. Let me refresh, and then you can see that it is all here and set. Okay, so basically we are not done just yet, sorry. We are going to have to apply the one for the profile picture too as well. So I'm going to go into I think for the profile picture it's going to be on the profile part here. So for the cover image, right, I can bring my double sticks here because we do not have a cover image just yet. Okay, it's not loaded yet, but we do not have a cover image just yet, right? So what we can do is you can take this user.cover image that we do not have yet, right? Let's make sure that that's the right name that we give to it. I think cover picture instead, right? So user.cover picture, and then for this one that we do not have the user image yet, let's just do this one for this. Then I'll tell you what, let's check the actual spelling, which is profile picture, right? So I'm going to copy this one, come here, and then paste it here. Then I'm just quickly going to change this to the normal user icon that we used for the posts, right? So I can go into the posts here. I think we have the assets here, right? So I can basically copy this. So what I did was Control C to copy it. Then let me close it. Then I'm going to come here and paste it in general. Yeah, so I've pasted it. Since okay, let me check and make sure. Okay, it's still here. So why am I getting this error? Let's ignore it. Alright, now that we've been able to do that, we can now import it and say import no profile picture, profile pic from the assets, no profile pic from the assets. Okay, the assets, and then we say what user.png. Then we make it what, we come here and we make it no profile pic. Okay, that is awesome. That is okay. Now that we've been able to set this up, we can go back and look at the project. It says what? Okay, let's go back and correct it. Alright, now everything should be perfect. Right, so Henry doesn't have any profile picture at the moment, so this is how it's going to show. If we go back into the home page here, okay, we can basically set it up so that when we click on this, we go to the home page. So let me come back and let me go to the nav bar. Where's the nav bar? Okay, there's the nav bar. Then over here I can say that let's link, right? We obviously have to import link. Alright, so it's here now. Then over here we can say that to, then give it the home page, right? So over here I just have to click on it. It takes me to the home page. I can click on Kofi. Alright, we are here. Okay, let's basically come to this side, click on Amma. Of course we have Amma's profile too here as well. We are left with one more thing to do. Now as you can see, the newsfeed here is still displaying the random things that we have here, but we want to make sure that whenever we enter someone else's profile, we are displaying only that person's information, right? Or only that person's posts, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we are going to go back to VS Code, and then over here we're going to pass in a prop, say user posts, right? Now once we're able to pass in this prop, right, we want to go in here, then we want to pass in the same what prop, so we can say what user posts, right? Now that we have this user posts here, right, we want to say something. Now you see that we are passing the props in only the profile side, right? That's very important. So right after you pass the props, you want to go into this one, right, and then use the presence of this user posts prop to do your API calls separately, right? Now how are we going to do that? I'm going to say if user posts exists. Let me check my mic. Okay, it works. We are going to say if user posts exists, I need you to do something. But if the user posts prop doesn't exist, then I need you to do something else. So I want to await timeline post, right? But let's go into our API here. Now how do we get the post for the timeline, right? You say what? You take the user ID and then you pass it through the get timeline post here, and then that's how you're able to get the post for just one particular user ID, right? So how are we going to do that? So how we are going to do it is we are basically going to change how this one functions, right? So as you can see here, it takes in the user ID, but we are going to make this username, right? So username, and then this username we are going to get it from the params, right? That is the one inside the website address like we used for this one, right? So now that we've been able to know this, let us go into the backend and then set this up inside the services. So you see that inside the post.service, when you come to get timeline post here, it says what it looks through here and then gets what we are going to say find one, right? Find one. Then inside this one here, we're going to bring the curly braces in, and we're going to say username, and then this username we are going to get it from the params dot what username, right? The params dot username here. Alright, now that we've been able to set this up, username, then params dot username, right? We can now come here and set this one to as what. So for the user post here, we want to look inside this user post here and basically basically when we find this, right, when we're able to get this user, right, how we are going to be able to get these user posts is that we are going to say that this current user dot id. Okay, so for this one we don't necessarily have to change or make any changes, so automatically it just works like that for us, right? Now that we've been able to work on that and we've been able to change it inside the API here, what we can do is we can basically call this function that we've created here and then passing the username inside the params, right? So how do we do that? Let's go to the newsfeed here. We can basically call username from params, so we can open the object and call username, and then we call it from what, use params, then we close it, we initialize it basically. Then over here we can say await, but await get timeline posts, of which we are going to get that from, I think for get timeline posts we're going to get it from what, the API, yeah, right? Then inside we pass in the user name that is there, right? So over here I can basically log out the username to make sure that it is what we are expecting. And let's not forget that this one can be a dependency, right? That means whenever it changes we can re-render this, right? So now that we have that, let's go back and make sure that this part is also the same thing as posts, right? So I want to go back here to the backend. Let's go back to the backend, and I think we'll go to the post controller instead. The post controller, and then for the timeline post we want to make it the same posts. Okay, so here let's make it posts as well, just like how we have in the news feed. Where is it? Or just like how we have over here, right, posts, and we set this also to posts so that we can immediately just start calling things, right? Let's change this to posts as well. Right, so now that we've been able to set this up, let us go back, go to the newsfeed and check, make sure that everything is intact. Newsfeed, okay. Alright, go to the browser, try one more time. Okay, so we are getting it. Okay, newsfeed, right? There seems to be a little error. Okay, I'm quickly going to go back to the home page and I'll call Kofi. Kofi has more posts. It says what? It says, okay, I'm sure it's saying that the route has not been found. Okay, which is weird because we already set that up. Let's remove, or we can, let me add this question mark so it checks whether the data is available before accessing the posts. Okay, that didn't work. Let us take out the question mark and then remove this. So that it renders once. Okay, Let's see, it still says that response doesn't exist. Okay, I know why. We forgot to change in here the route. We forgot to change inside the route that we are now using username, right? So if I go into the post.routes, you can see that we didn't set it up for username, right? So username, right, then now it should work just fine. Little mistakes that we make. It's taking a little longer than usual. Okay, so as you can see, this is only Kofi's posts that is showing up successfully. Okay, so we are moving on to the authentication, that is the logging and sign up part. And then in order for us to be able to implement this, we're going to be using the context API, and then the three files that we are going to need is the auth context, right? So we are going to need auth context. So I'm going to say auth context.js. We are going to need the auth action.js, or auth actions actually, auth actions.js. And then over here we are going to need what? Auth reducer. Auth reducer. Okay. Alright. I realize that most of the time most people tend to do everything here, but it's more of a best practice to separate your contents. So we handle the auth context, auth actions, and auth reducer separately, and then we bring them together. Alright. That is one of the best practices. Alright, so now that we know this, let us go to the login page and let us receive the values. So there are a few ways we can do that. We can use useref, we can also use useState, and then even in the useState we can do two things. We can have separate useStates for all the different values, but we can also create a simple object and access them through these objects, right? So let's use the object useState, right? So I'm going to say const what? I can say auth and set auth, right? And then I can equate it to a useState here. Then let me check my mic. Okay, works. Okay, I set it to a useState. Then inside this useState, I'm going to give it a bunch of variables, right? So I can say this is the email, and the email is going to have an empty string. Then we are going to have the password, also going to have an empty string, right? Now that we have these two bad boys set up for us over here, what are we going to do next? Okay, so we have these two objects, right? They're in the auth, right? So how do we do this? Let's go into the input here. I'm going to come and say on change. So inside this on change, I can say that we are taking you're taking the E, and then this E, so we have this E here, and then we are going to say set auth to be what? We're going to say set auth to be E. So we are going to open this and say that the email, right, should be what? Email should be e dot target dot value. Okay, now that we've been able to set this up, we can just copy this and then set the same thing up for the password as well, and then we change this to password. Okay, so we can, after doing all these things, we can just log out. You can log it out by saying how do I want to log it out? Okay, you let's just log it out here. Let's just log it out here, auth. Alright, so I'm quickly gonna go into the login page. So /login. Okay, so it's here, right?
If I type anything, you should see it re-render. I type the password too, you should also see it, right? So yeah, the password and also this one, right? So yeah, we can see it's receiving all the information that it needs to receive, right? So I think we are good to go, right? All right, so I want to quickly create a form that is going to submit the values that we input inside the states, right? So I'm quickly going to come around like just below this, and I'm going to write form, and then I can just clean out the action really quick. Clean out the action, then over here I'll just cut this off, and then I just paste it here, right? Now that we have this, we can add an on submit, and then we can say handle login, right? Now let's save that, and let's come here. I'm gonna cut this real quick, and then I'll say handle login as we named it, and then it's going to be a function, right? And then obviously it will be an asynchronous function, obviously, but for the meantime, so here we can say auth. We want to make sure that we are console logging the auth, so we can go back here and test it out one more time. Let's refresh so we can clean out the terminal, and then we can test out at gmail.com. Alright, so I'm going to send. Alright, so as you can see, anytime we send, it refreshes, right? But we want to prevent that. So what are we going to do? I'm going to go back to VS Code, and I'll pass in this parameter, which is e, and then I'll come down here and I'll say prevent what? Default. Prevent default. Alright, and then I'll just close it out like this. Then I'll go back here, and then I can change it one more time at gmail.com, and I'll come here and I'll send. Alright, so as you can see, the password, it's only the password that is being submitted, which is wrong, which that's not what is supposed to happen. So how we fix this is we go back to VS Code, right? And then we come here, right? Now as you can see, this is an object, right? So what we needed to make sure that we did, right, is you need to take note of this. Now when you're passing in values like these, especially when you're dealing with objects, when you want to be able to collect the data from the rest of the other fields inside an object without actually specifying, you want to add the spread operator, right? So you can do something like this here, then you say what? Auth, right? Then you comma, right? Then it says every object key and value inside the auth variable or the auth state, pick it up, and then let's do the same thing. I'm just going to copy, Control C while I'm on the same line, then come here and paste as well. Then that should be it basically. So when we go back into the browser to test, when we test, you can see, let me refresh. Right, now as you can see, you have both the email and then the password being logged into the console. So you need to take note of this. It's very important. Now what happens if we just submit without the email? You see that it goes through, but we want to correct that by coming to both of these inputs and then adding the required property, right? Required, I think true, but we can also leave it like that. Copy it and then come here and then add it, and then it should work. So without the email, it's required, please fill this field, and then here
It's also required. Okay, let's see we get the right message. Yeah, field is filled. And so and we want to make sure that the password that we are passing shouldn't be 3 characters or less, right? So we are basically going to come to the password side and add a min, think min length, then we can say 3, right? So when we go back here and pass in 2, right? Okay, and then let's test the one for just min and see. Let's test for just min and see. So I'm going to submit the same thing. Okay, it went through. Okay, it did go through as well. Okay, so for min, when we just did 2 characters, we realized it still went through. So the best thing to do is what's the first one we decided to use, which is the min length. So you can't use, so if let's say I put in 5, you can't use less than 5 characters, right? It needs to be 5 and above, right? So if I go and I say, let's say 4, right? Okay, you need 5 characters, right? So if I add 5, you see that it goes through. Okay, so basically that's what we needed to understand. Let's now move on to the next thing. All right, now let's now start working on the auth context. So basically what the context is basically going to help us do is we want to be able to access our user from all parts of the application, right? So basically our context basically comes because we have something called prop drilling, right? And then prop drilling, it's like you're just passing props through components. But with context, it comes to solve that problem by giving us some states with some values to those states, and then we can be able to access these values no matter where we are in application without having to pass through props. Okay, so in order for us to create something like that, let us begin. Okay, now we are going to import create context, but let's not even import it, we can get it straight, right? So let's first of all create our initial state. Okay, our initial state, I'm trying to get the underscore. Okay, initial state, and then it's going to be a quick object which is going to be a user. The user is null. User should be null because we've not logged in yet, so there is no user. And then we have is fetching or is loading, however you want to call it, is fetching or is loading, however you can use it. You can set that to false. Then we can set the error to false. We've not logged in yet, there's no error, or we've not received any error yet, right? So now that we have the initial state, we can start by creating our context. So I'll say const what auth. Let's export it. Export const auth context is equal to create context. Alright, it's imported nicely. We are going to pass in what the initial state that we created above. Right, now that we have that, let's export our context provider so we can use it around our component, right? So export const, then we say what auth context provider. All right, now this is going to be a normal component that is going to have its state, right? You're going to have to give it a state or a reducer variable, or a reducer variable basically, right? So this way we're going to use reducer. So we give it a state and then a dispatch. Okay, then we equate it to what use reducer. Okay, then inside use reducer we pass in what the auth context, passing the auth context and the initial state. Okay, passing the auth context and the initial state. Then under here we give it return. Then inside, what are we going to return? We are going to return the auth context provider component, right? So the provider, yeah, I'm going to select that and I'll close it. Then basically, why do we have this? You remember I mentioned that we are going to have to wrap it around our main component, which is the app.js x here, right? So that we can access it from any part of our application, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we need to add a prop to it, a children prop, right? So how are we going to do that? I'm going to come here and say children. Right, now with this children, I can just copy this and paste it here. Alright, but what exactly are we trying to pass through, right? That is what we are going to pass through the value prop over here. Now for this value prop, it's going to be an object, right? But which object is that? The object is going to have this key and then the value, which is going to be this state dot what user. Okay, then we are going to have another key, which is fetching, right? And then we are going to give it the value of state dot what is fetching. All right, then we are going to have to add one more, which is error, and then the value is going to be state dot error. Right, now that we've been able to set this up, let's not forget to pass this patch, alright, because we'll need it. Alright, so now that we've been able to do that, let's go into the main.jsx, like I said, and let's wrap it around it. So we can say what auth context provider. Alright, then we can now wrap it around it. Now we should be able to access our user states from any part of application.
Okay, but let's look at this part here. It looks like we have an error. Okay, it says internal server failed to parse for JS syntax using to JSX. Alright, so I forgot, since we're using V to React, we are going to have to change this to JSX. Oh, we have to change it to JSX. So quickly going to click on JSX. So JSX, then let's work on this one as well. Dot JSX, then this one too. You have dot JSX, right? Alright, so now we should, okay, it says okay, resolved. I'm going to go make sure that this is JSX now. Okay, then let us go. Okay, now it's okay, we've taken out the error. Right, so I'm going to quickly talk about why we need the auth context, the auth actions, and the auth reducer. Right now, like I said before, auth context basically helps us, or the context in general basically helps us access a bunch of values from anywhere in our application. Right now, in our process, or in our login process, basically what is going to happen is we are going to have a bunch of actions. Okay, right now these actions would be login start, login success, and then login error. Right now, the thing is that the actions is basically, you see, while the context is responsible for helping us store the states, right, the actions in general helps us pass, or helps us perform certain actions, okay, certain activities. Right now, once we are performing these activities, right, we want to use the reducer to assign
the values coming out of those activities to the states in the context again, right? So let's quickly build the actions, right? Let's quickly build the actions really quick so that you understand what I'm trying to say. All right. So in order for us to start building the actions, let's just go straight into the actions here, right? And then let's just start, right? So I'm quickly going to say export const login start, like I mentioned, okay? Login starts, then it's going to take in what? User info, okay? It's going to take in user info or user credentials, okay? And then after it takes it in, we are alright. Then inside we are basically going to give it a type, and then this type we are going to say what? In capitals, login start, and then can copy it over, and then change this to login success, and then change this to login failure. Alright, now this place is basically going to take in user, right? And then let's make sure we've changed this to success. Okay, success, let's change this to failure. Okay, failure, right? Then we are going to pass the payload. A payload would be this user, the user that we are going to get whenever we log in or whenever login is successful. So if you see here inside, I think we used a new one called Henry, right? So it was Henry and Henry, right? So let's use that. So I can say Henry and Henry, right? So whenever login is successful, the user information that we get out, right, this user that we are getting out is what we are going to basically pass in as the payload. And then let me change something really quick. I'm gonna go change something. Alright, now that error is basically what we are going to pass to the payload as well as the error, and then we are going to take this, pass it through the parameter really quick. Alright, so now that we've been able to set this up, let's just move straight into the reducer. Alright, so inside the reducer, we're going to go there and then we start. We say const what? Auth reducer, and then it's going to take in what? The state and the action, and then we're going to say that we are starting as switch statements, right? So this switch is basically going to take in what? The action dot type, which obviously should be these ones, the type here, action dot type, right? The type. And then based off of this, we are going to write our statements, right? We want to make sure that at the end of the day we are exporting what we are, or at the end of the day we are returning the final state, okay? But in order for us to be able to return these final states, we are going to, so let's return the state here. We are going to have to return the states based off of certain conditions. All right, so yes, let's just get started, or let's just find out what these conditions are, right? So I think I'm going to have to push this up. Yeah, Okay, so by default we want to return a state, but we can't just return just any state. We're going to return the state based off of certain conditions. So what is the first condition? We're going to say that if we check and it's login start, the action is action.login start here. So if you check and it's login starts, we want to do something. Okay, so we want to return this user becomes what? Null. Okay, then is fetching becomes what? True. Right, then error should be false. Okay, so you just clicked on the button and then things are working. All you are looking for is your loading state, right? So its fetching is going to be set to true, and no user has been assigned yet, and then there's no error that we found yet, right? So we can move on to the second case. Okay, so I'm going to say that if it is login success, if it is login success, let us return a few things. User action dot payload is fetching then it becomes what? False, right? So now what are we doing here? Now as you can see over here, the login becomes success, the user is assigned the payload, and the is fetching becomes false, then error is false. Now why is it like that? Now that login has been successful, just like how here when we log in it becomes successful and we get this information, we're going to send this information or assign that information to the user state that we have over here. Okay, then now that it is successful, there's no need to load again, and then we've not found any error, so both of these sides can be set to false. Okay, now that we have that in mind, let's now work on the final one, or the final case, and then that is going to be what? Login failure. Alright, so for the login failure here, it failed, so we don't assign any, or there's even no user to be assigned basically, so you're just going to make it null. Okay, then over here we set it to false as well. Then over here we say what? Action dot payload, because definitely there was an error, so we just get that error and assign it to the state over here, right? Or basically to the state in the action here, which is this one, sorry, so the error here, right? Okay, so now that we have that set up, we want to move on how we can use this inside our project. All right, now let's just get started with that as well. So all we have to do is go into the context here. Yeah, this is a mistake. I'm going to clean this, and I'm going to say auth reducer. We're going to pass in the auth reducer instead. So it has been imported. If I click on it, it should take me here. Okay, so instead of it to be imported just like that, it feels weird. That's not what is supposed to happen. And so I'm basically going to export it, right? I'm going to export default, the auth reducer here, and then I can now use it in here like we have to. Okay, so it's here now.
we can use it like we want. All right, good. So yeah, let's now go into the login and then start performing some magic. Let's start performing some magic. Right, so we're going to go into the API here. Right now, I just want to make something really clear. When you're dealing with issues, especially when it comes to authentication, you want to deal with it a little bit differently. You want to add some extra, you want to give it a special place to sit in so that you can, if you have any issues, you can tackle it separately, right? So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name that auth.api.js. Okay, now inside this, I'm basically going to create the functionality, or I'm basically going to create the module or the function that we are going to call inside the login file in order for us to be able to handle login, right? Just like how for the other ones, I think, is it I think, okay, it's not the right bar, it should be the newsfeed. Yeah, so you see how we have these separate functions. Yes, that's what we are going to do for the auth, that is login right now. So how we're going to do it is, I'm going to first of all export const, now say login auth, then I'm going to say async, user info dispatch, then over here I can say that now that we are running the login auth, okay, we can now do our login start. Right now, what did we say happens at the login start? When we go to the auth actions, login start, yeah, you can see that its fetching becomes true, right? So the loading is set to true, right? Okay, so we're going to do what? Dispatch, right? I'm going to dispatch it like this. So we're going to set the type to what? Login start. Okay, now that we have this, we can now do our try catch here. Okay, let me check my mic. Works. Can now do the try catch here. Then over here, I'll say const what? I'll say const response is going to be what? Await API dot posts. Right. So where are we getting this API from? Don't forget we did it over here. Okay, so all we need to do is API dot then the method, then you add the remaining endpoints. So let's go back. So API dot post, right? Then inside we passing what? Auth slash login, because that was how we set it up at the back end. If you remember, we have auth and then when you go inside we have login, right? So I'm going to close this and close this. Then we are going to quickly pass in the user info. Okay, then right after we do that, we want to check if it's done, right? Because until we catch an error that will log it out here or do whatever we'll do with the error down here, everything that happens here is successful, right? So I'm just going to come and dispatch again. So now it's going to be login success, right? So I can give it a type of what? I can give it a type of login success, just like how we did in our actions, right? Then we send this user. Okay, so login success. Then down here we give the payload.
or with the payload objects that we created there, or key that we created there in the actions, we pass in what the response that we get. Okay, so it's going to be what res dot data dot what data. But why is it dot data? It's dot data because when we come into the auth here, we pass data here instead of something more substantial. But I don't want us to repeat the data, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change here to user data. Okay, and then bring it out as user data. I'm going to do the same for here as well, and bring it out as what user data. Okay, but how do we verify this? If I go to Postman and then I search, I send, you can see that here's data, but now it's become what user data, so we can pass that instead. So I'm going to go back and then I'll say what user data. Okay, now for the error handling, I'm going to say dispatch. Then what are we dispatching? We want to make sure that we are checking for the type, and then the type is going to say that in this case is going to be what login failure. And so the payload is going to be what error. Okay, right, now that we've been able to set this up, we can now go into our login page. Where is it? Can now go into our login page and then start working with it. All right, now let's just begin. All right, so what I'm going to do here is that I'm quickly going to utilize what we did over here, right? So yeah, let's just start using. But before we start using it, we want to look at this. You can see that I made a mistake here. I'm just going to correct it. So login success, right? So let's go back to the login page. All right, now that we are in here, let us start by doing a few things. I can just cut this out and then start by importing a few things, right? So let's say const, and then let's create like an empty object and then equate it to what useContext. Let's equate it to useContext. Okay, it's already imported here. Then I'm going to say auth context. Alright, now that we've done that, I want to say what user, I want to call the user state, I want to call the isFetching state, I want to call the error state, and I want to call the dispatch method. Okay, so now that we have all of these bad boys here, let us start using them real quick. So we already have prevent default. Okay, we already have prevent default. What we are going to do is I'm just going to say login auth, right? Login auth. Then I'm going to open it up and then pass for the user info. I'm going to pass the email object, and then that is going to be the auth dot what email, right? And then I'm going to pass in for the password. It's going to be what auth dot password. Alright, then now that we are done with that, we want to pass in the second argument, right? And that is going to be what dispatch. Okay, alright, now that we've been able to do this, we want to quickly log out the user so that you can see the user come out. Before we do anything, let me go down here and then remove the limit, right? Let us set the limit to 3 instead. So I'm quickly going to come here and set the limit to 3. Alright, now that I've set that, we can now test it out. Okay, so I'm going to come here, I'm going to say Henry at gmail.com, then Henry again, then I'll send. Alright, now as you can see, it is here, nice and clean. Alright, so our state has been dispatched to the user state, right? So basically this is what the user currently has, right? So that's what, so I'm basically saying that it has been successful. Okay, alright, so basically over here we want to make sure that you see that we have the is fetching state here, of which it is a boolean. So over here we can say that we can say if is fetching is set to true, then let us change the text inside the button to be logging in. But if it's not and it's false, I want to set it back to what? I want to set it back to login. Okay. Alright. So now that we have this, let's start testing. Let's start testing it. Alright. So I have Henry at gmail.com. Henry. Then I would send. Alright, so this one was pretty quick, so we didn't see it, but basically it works. Alright. Okay, so that is it. Let's move on to the next thing. Now look, don't get me wrong, it might seem a little difficult, but hey, it doesn't come easy like that, right? So all you have to do is practice. Now if I say practice, you have to actually practice with real world projects. You need to set goals in front of you. Don't I mean, yeah, having simple projects like calculators and tic-tac-toe, it's cool, right? But that's not what gets you the job, right? That's not what lands you the big paying job, as everyone, or as almost everyone here inside this watching this video wishes one day. So you need to really have, something substantial. You need to, and yeah, basically you trying to have something substantial is you trying as much as possible to build. They shouldn't really be complex, but like they should be substantial, like social media, like a Netflix clone, like a Fiverr clone, like a flight ticket booking app, something like, or maybe an e-commerce store. See, something like things that will make you, things that actually can be used in the real world to start a startup or like a business or something, real things. And then yeah, you can try implementing the same use context, auth context type of functionality that we implemented inside these little projects that you start on your own. And then I'm sure after one two times, yeah, after like one two times that you try, you should be pretty conversant with it. Because yeah, I mean I get it, it looks difficult, but it shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, you get it after a few practices, just one two application to build implementing the same auth context functionality, right? Yeah, so don't worry. Yeah, and if you still don't understand, you can go back and then rewatch this part again, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it should be good. Okay, so right now I'm in the app.jsx here, and we are basically going to set up some routing for the login that we set up, the login functionality that we set up here, right? So basically, what do we want to do? You see, after we're able to log in, we want to be able to show the home page. We want to be able to check if the user if the user state has been updated in a global variable or in a context, right? We want to check if it has been updated. Now, if it has been updated or if the user is available, we want to show the home page. But if it's not, we want to make sure that we are showing the login or the register pages, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we'll go into the app.jsx here, right? And then we'll make sure that we are importing our context. So we can say const what? Then we can say we are taking in the user, right? And then if you're not sure of the variables, you can simply create like an empty object here, and then you can just equate it to a use context. Okay, then you take the actual context that you're looking for, auth context. Then inside here, when you come here and try to write an object, it can complete it for you. Alright, now that we have that, we can go into the element here, and then we can say this user, if this user exists, give us the home page, right? But if that user is not there, I need you to give us the register page instead. Okay, this is one way to implement this. And also, now that we have that, we can also come to the login side here, and then we can say if this user exists, right? We want to basically navigate. Okay, I want to navigate, then we import that. So you see it should be up here. Yeah, so I want to navigate to where? I want to navigate to the home page. That is if the user exists, but if the user doesn't, I want to stay stay in the login page, right? So now that we have this, I can basically just copy, or let me just copy this side actually. Just copy this side and then paste it here. Alright, then we should be okay, we should be done with it. Alright, so when I go back here, you can see that the user doesn't, let me refresh. You see that the user doesn't exist, so we are in the register page, right? Now let's quickly go into the login page here, and then let's use the credentials that we had. Okay, and we, right, then I would log in, and as you can see it has opened, and then the data is what is about to be displayed over here. Okay, that's been displayed successfully, and yes, we can now go into people's profiles and see what is going on over here as well. Okay, so now that we have that working, we are going to move on to the next thing. That is, we are going to work on the register. We are going to work on the register functionality. Right? Let's quickly do that. So let's quickly set up the functionality for register, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we can quickly go into the login side, and then we can go for the use states over here. Alright, so just gonna copy this, come back here, and I'll paste it here. Then I can basically add extra fields, that is the username, and then I can just add this, and I can basically add one more field and say what? Confirm password, right? Now that we have these fields here, what can we do to them? I'm shut the mic, check. Okay, it works. Now that we have these 4 fields, what can we do to them to be able to use them? Now inside here we have the username, right? So you're just gonna add an onChange function. So on onChange, then it's going to take in the then target dot value, target, so sorry, set auth to be the set auth to be an object, right? Which we are going to spread this auth. So we are going to say everything inside the auth, including what? For the username here, we are going to take the target value. Okay, now that we've been able to set this up, you can basically just copy this and then put it inside the email, and then set this one up as well. Then we can take this again, of which we've already copied, and put it inside the password. Should be password as well. And then over here, which is the confirm password, we just add and rename it to confirm password. Alright, now that we have this set up, we can basically come here and set this to a form and make it a form, and then we can basically come here as well, make it a form. Right, now that it has been made a form, what our main aim right now is that this form is also going to have an on submit. So I'm basically going to say on submit, and then this on submit is going to have a handle register function. So inside here I can say what const handle register, and it's going to be an async function, and then inside this async function we are basically going to pass in this e, and then we prevent default. Alright, prevent default. Okay, let's not forget prevent default. Then let's make sure that all the fields are also required. That's very important. So I'll say required, then I'll say required as well. I'll also say required here as well, and then for the last one I'll say required as well. Alright, now that they are all required, let us do a few things. Right now we want to make sure that before we send the form, we are checking if the password and the confirmed passwords are the same. Right, so in order for us to be able to do that, what we want to do is we basically want to create a check. So we can say if what the confirm password that we have, right, this confirmed password of which you are going to get from this auth. So if we say auth dot confirm password, right, so let me rewrite it well so that you see that it's part of it. So auth dot what confirm password, right, is not equal to what the auth dot password. If it's not equal to that, we want to do something, right, or else we can basically do a try catch, log the error, and basically perform our register user. Right, so we are saying that if we check the auth.confirm password here, okay, and we see that it's not equal to this password field, or it's not the same as this password field, we want to set a custom we want to set this custom validation to it. Right, so basically what we have to do is, I mean, there are two ways we could do this. Right, we could simply just alert them by saying that, alright, so we can simply say passwords do not match. That is one way we can say that. Okay, so and then for here we can just console.log do something. Alright, so when we come back here and then we say and then over here we write something that doesn't match with this, and we say, you see that it just comes out alerting you that what passwords do not match. Right, now I can see, you see that it says use states is not defined. Let me just refresh. I already imported it here, so it should work. So yeah, so it's here. So yeah, so basically when we just type in anything and send something that doesn't match, we should get it. Right, now another efficient way to handle it, okay, so as you can see, our form sort of submits and then refreshes. That's because we did not set this up well. Let us add this bracket to it, and then now when we get the error, it shouldn't refresh anymore. Alright, so okay, then you do it well, right? Good, that is all. Alright, so basically another way to do it is to use a toast component, right? Now one toast component we can use is the React toast. So we can do that by saying npm I react toastify. We can say react toastify. Okay, then that should install react toastify for us. While react toastify is being installed, we can import it. Okay, or let's not even import it. I think we can do that straightforward while we are trying to use it. So over here we can say toast, right? We can say toast dot error, right? Once it's done installing, we can be able to just say toast dot error, and then this should come up, or this should be able to work for us. And then secondly, it wouldn't work immediately because we've not been able to identify it inside our main component or at the top of our main component, right? So one thing we can do is we can basically just come here, create an empty fragment, right, and then copy this and put it here. Alright, now that we have this, we are going to import a few things and then we are going to put it on top of our component. Okay, alright, so basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import the toast container from react.toastify. I'm going to import this. You're going to have to copy the exact same directory, and then inside here you just import it. So toast container, you make sure that it's on top of your component at all times. So it's here, toast container. So basically it's being wrapped around what these two empty fragments that we have here, right? So this toast container that we have, now that it's here, we can now work with toast anywhere. Okay, so inside our register here, we already have been able to learn how to alert this custom validation, right? But we are going to now use the toast to do that. So in order for us to do that, we can now clean this and then say toasts, and then it should be able to import it. So it's here, toast.error. Okay, now this toast.error that we have here, when we go back to the browser here, let me refresh it here. So we are in the browser. I want to say anything and anything, then over here I would say anything, something that doesn't match, right? Then I would send. Now you can see that it gives us the message saying what passwords do not match, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, in case the passwords do match, what do we want to do? We want to start making our API calls, right? But before we do any of that, I remembered we forgot to add this, so we're going to make this what? A type of submit. Okay, submit. Alright, so it's going to submit the form. Okay, so now let's start performing our activities. Let's start doing stuff, right? So in order for us to start doing stuff, I'm going to go into the API, the auth API here, right? And then I'm going to export another function that we're going to use, right? But in order for us to be able to do that really quickly, I'm going to go here and then copy this one nicely. I'm going to close it and come here and then paste. Then I'll say what? Register user. Alright, now register user, then I would give it, let me check my mic, right? Then I would give it auth, then I would say register. Let's check to make sure that it's right. You can go here, then auth register. Alright, then that's it. Then over here you can give it a comma and then say data, and then this data is going to be taken in as an argument through a parameter here. So data. Alright, now that we've been able to set this up, we can go back to the register and then we can see what, since
it's an async. We can await what register user from the auth API here. Then inside this register user, the data we are going to pass is going to be the object that we are going to get from here. So I'm basically going to copy this, and then I'll pass it in here. Of course, after passing it, I would say what auth.username. Alright, then I would copy this, paste it, copy, paste it, and then paste it one more time. Then I would say what email. Oh, come on. Then I would say password. Then over here, I would say what confirm password as well. Right, now that we have this all set up, okay, so basically for this one we wouldn't even need to pass in confirm password because it's not part of what is inside our schema. If we go and check here, the user schema, it's not part of it, it's just password, right? So we don't need it. We just need a confirm password to check, to do our checks, right? Okay, so once this is successful, I want the tools to send a message, right? I want the tools to send the message, right? So basically what I can do is I can put this in a variable, say response. Right now I can see that toast, no, come on, let me close this. I can say toasts, so I can say toasts here, toast.success. Toast.success would be this response.data.message. Okay, that can be one thing, or that can be one way we can send that success message. That is because when the reason why I knew that there's going to be a message is that when you come here to the auth controller here, you can see that once we pass the user data, we're also getting the message, right? So that's how come I was able to get that right. Then over here, in case there's any error, you can come and say that's toast.error, and then we can say what res.response dot I think check on it. Right, it's back. So res.response dot I think I'm forgetting it. Is it message? But we can basically check it out. We can check the error. Yeah, we can check the error. But for now that we don't know what the error is, I'm basically going to say toast.error, and then I'll say what something went wrong for the meantime. Something went wrong. Alright. When we get an error, we can basically come and check and then pass in the right object. Okay, so we want to make sure that once the user has been registered, we can send the user to the login page, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we need the use navigate hook. I'm going to say const navigate and then use navigate. Okay, and I'm going to import it. Right now inside here, alright, so once it's successful, it will give us the message, and then it will send us to the login page. Right, so yeah. Let's do it, let's test it. So over here we can say test guy 1, then we can say test guy 1 at gmail.com, then test one more time. Then we can, it says something went wrong, we can use this to check for the error. So it says what, error.response.data.message, response.data.message. That is if there's something like that. But it says, what is this saying? This one, it says what, not found. What exactly is not found? Auth.register is not found. That is weird, because we literally just checked it. Let me refresh and try one more time. Test guy 1, test guy 1 at gmail.com, test and test. Check my mic. Okay, works. Then let's go back to the server. Maybe it's network issues. Server, I'm going to come here and save, and then let's also make sure that the routes are correct. So it's auth register. Okay, so inside here it's what, auth register. Okay, post, it has to be a post instead. Post auth register. Okay, so now that it's here, it refreshed, no problem. Let's do that one more time. Test guy 1, test guy at gmail.com, and then test. Okay, then you can send. Okay, so you can see that user has been registered successfully. And okay, so let's not save. Let's not forget the error. The error object was going to be what, rest.response.data.message. So we can log it all together with it in case there's any. And then over here we can see what, test guy 1 at gmail.com and test guy 1. Oh yeah, it was just test, right? So I'll log in and you can see we have logged in successfully. Alright,
I wanted to correct this one thing. This place has to be error.response.data.message. Yeah, that's the right thing to do.
alright, so we move on to working on the top bar as promised. So you see over here the bar that we have here. Obviously we're going to handle all of these things in the future, so but in the meantime let's work on this one. Let's work on this. So for the profile picture here, what we want to do is I'll go back to VS Code, and then I'll go to the navbar component. That should be, and I can search it up, Control P, and then it brings this up. Then I'll search navbar, enter. Okay, so what are we trying to display? The profile picture, right? So first of all, we need to be able to call our user state, that context, the user context we have in our state. We need to call that. So I'm going to say const what, like I said before, if you don't know what to have inside, you can just bring in an empty object and then equate it to what, the useContext hook, and then you can now pass in the auth context. Okay, it's weird how it's not showing, but I'd have to import it myself. I'm going to import the auth context. Let's import it from context folder, auth context, right? So it shows, all right, so it's here. Okay, so now that we have this, I can now import the user, right? So I have the user here now, and then we are going to have to replace or do a bunch of replacements, right? So for the profile pic here, let me just say import no profile from, then we take the image from we'll go to profile. I think the image is going to be from the profile component, right? I think so. That one will go to the page, so pages, then we go to profile, then we have assets, then the assets has what I think user.png, and then so for that one, so here what we are going to say is inside this profile picture here we can do some quick checks, right? We can say if the user dot profile picture, I think it was profile picture that we named it, right? If the user dot profile picture, let's console log the user, let's console log the user. Okay, let's quickly log back in. Okay, I want it to be in such a way that when I click log into your account, it takes me straight to the login page. So that is, I think that would be in the sign up or register page here. So register, and then we can come here below and try to find log into your account. And then for that we add a link from the React to outer DOM. Then we push this link right below the button, right? Then we give it a to prop, then the to prop takes it to login, right? So now that we have that, I can, okay, I'll put it in the text instead so that we don't change things. Let's put it in the text, right? So alright, so when we click on it, it takes us to login, and then we can log in with henry@gmail.com, henry as the password, login. Alright, so okay, so it's freezing a little bit because of the data that has to be rendered, but I'm just going to click OK and then come here. So as you can see, okay, the computer has frozen a bit, okay, but things should be here in no time. Okay, I want to close this one, the alert, okay, I want to close the alerts here, and then I want to come to the side, okay, the console on the side here. Oh, it's still slow. Alright, it's here. So I want to come to the console on the side here, and then you can see that it's a profile picture property that is here, right? So because of that, I want to go back to the navbar here and then set it. So if the user.profile picture actually exists, then okay, our initial so okay, let me just do it. If the user.profile picture, I want you to understand something. If the user.profile picture exists, give it to us, right? But if it doesn't, I need you to give me no profile image, right? So if we go and check, you should see the no profile image here because we have nothing in the profile picture. I just hope you understand. We are doing the check if the user.profile picture doesn't exist, of which it doesn't, right? Then we pass in no profile, but if it does, we will pass in the actual profile picture here, right? So now that we've been able to work on this, okay, let's add the alt. So user profile picture. Okay, now that we've been able to work on this, let us now move on to more things. Let's console the log. And I realized that over here the login page, something was logging out. No, I'll go to the login page and remove that as well, so that we stop the memory leaks and stuff, right? Okay, yes, let's log this one out as well, and yes, we should be fine now. Whenever I refresh the page, it should be clean. Right, now we can move on to the next thing. Now, as you can see here, anytime we refresh the page, even whether we log in or we don't log in, it takes us back to the login page or the register page, right? But we want to be able to make sure that we are working in the project, and then when everything is back to stable and back to normal, we now handle the constant user persistence functionality, right? So in order for us to be able to do that in the future, we would be using something called a local storage, which is here. So once we're able to store the user information inside the local storage, until we hit the logout button to remove the user information from the local storage, we wouldn't be redirected to the login page, right? But how do we fix this? Let me first of all log in henry@gmail.com, right? Henry. Okay, right, now that I am inside here, okay, yeah, I did forget that I actually remove the console log from it, right? So that means you have to get it from the database now. Okay, so okay, the PC is slow again, but give me a second. When I get back, I would have gotten it from the database. Right, so I just got into the database. That should be here. I just got into the database, and this is Henry's information. So I'm quickly going to copy this, and then I'll go to the auth context here, and I'll just replace this null value with Henry's value here. I'll just take this out. I don't know why it's saving it like this, but I could take this out, take this one out as well, and then I'll just cut this one out as well. Then we should have this really simple information about Henry stored in the user information. I can clear the password as well. Yeah, so we have this stored for Henry. So now that we have this, let me refresh one more time, and you should see that we'd come back to the same page that we were. Okay, so this is perfect. Let us move on to like and unliking a post, because when I like, it just likes on the front end, but it doesn't actually make any request to the back end, right? So when I like this and I refresh the post, you will see it come back to 0, right? So you can see 0, 0, 0, right? 0. So let us work in that route. Alright, so we're back into the post file, and then we want to work on the like and dislike, right? So basically, what do we want to start with? Like I said before, we want to make sure that this number keeps changing when we like and unlike, right? When we like and dislike, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we need to do a few API calls, right? Now, how do we work on that? I'm quickly going to go back to the post file here, and then we look for the handle like. So for the handle like here, we can start a try catch block, right? A try catch block right on top of this. We can simply log out the error, and then we can even send a react toast message. We can send a toast the error message that will take the response from the error object, the response property, the data, and the message. We can do it like this too. And then we will now go into our api.js and then create the function or the emoji for it, right? So how do we do this? I'm quickly going to come here. Let me take this one and I'll come here, and then over here I'll say what, like posts, like, and this like posts, right? And then it's going to take in what, the post ID. But how do I know that it's taking in the post ID? When we go back into let's go to the routes first, right? When we go to the like post here, when we click on it, you see it's taking from the request params and the request.body. But what at all is it taking in the params and the body? It's going to take what? It's first of all going to take the post ID, right? And then it's going to take the user ID from the body. So the post ID from the params, the user ID from the body. Then it performs the different things, and then we need to note that it's a put, right? It's a put right here. Okay, so now that we know this, I want us to go back to the post here, and then okay, api.js here, right? And then we make sure that the user ID, that is the current user that is logged into ID, right? So now that we know this, I want to go to the posts, and I want to go to like posts, right? Like posts. Okay, so I need to check again to make sure that's the right name. Like posts here, just like posts, api.js like post. Then we're going to take in what, the post ID instead. Okay, so we're going to take in the post ID, and we are going to pass in the user ID. All right, so now that we've been able to get this right, we've been able to get this functioning as we expected to, what we're going to do is we're going to basically we need to change this to put as well. Then we go to post here, and then now import it. So let's make this an asynchronous function, and let's await this. Let's await. Then after awaiting, we want to call the function we created, so like and this like post. Okay, so it has been imported at the top here. Why is it slow? Okay, it's been imported at the top here, so we can now use it. So the first one is what's the post.id, right? So post dot, then we take the ID of the post here. Then the second parameter is the user ID, right? But with the current user, we've not been able to get it. So how do we get it? We are going to take it from the useContext. So user, and it's equal to what? useContext. And then inside that useContext, we have what? The auth context. Right, now that we have the auth context, you can see that we have an error here saying user has already been declared, right? But good news is in JavaScript you can set the nickname or another name you can use to call the variable right beside it, right? So we can create this thing, this column, and then write current user, right? Then we should be all set. Then when we come inside here, we can say what? current user dot the ID. Alright, so now that we've been able to set this up, we need to do one more thing. Now when we are able to perform this action, the only thing it does is just increase the number, just increase it, okay, right? No checks, to verify if the process was actually successful and everything. So what we are going to do to make sure that we are making these checks before performing any action like these is that we are going to use another UseEffect here. UseEffect, let's use the snippet. going to remove this and then use this, right? So over here what we can do is we can set a slide, and you can see that what are we setting a slide to? We are setting a slide to true or false values, right? But how are we going to perform this check, right? We are going to say that we are setting a slide to check for what? So we are going to say that check inside the posts. Now when you go inside the post, look inside the array, the likes array, right? Look inside the likes array of the post, and then check if it includes the current user ID, right? Check if that post likes array include the current user ID, right? Now if it does include the current user ID, it will show true, and then that means that the number would increase whenever we like. But if it doesn't, then if it does include the user ID, it will remove it, right? It will remove the user ID. But if it doesn't, it would now increase the number and add that user ID, right? So now that we've been able to do this use effect, we want to do it based off of certain values, right? And the first value is going to be the current user dot ID, and then posts the post.id as well, right? So, or even post likes actually. So it's going to be based on the post likes array instead, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, let us go and check it out. So I'll open it up. So as you can see, if you go into the database, you can see that most of these posts actually have no array, like they have empty likes and everything, right? They have the empty. So I'm basically going to select one of Ahmed's posts, right? So you can see that Ahmed's user ID is B4, right? B4. So you're going to be checking any of these posts inside the like arrays to see if current user Henry, who has the ID of B9, is inside, right? So what do? We go into this place, and then I'm quickly going to like this, and then it has increased, right? Now let's go to the database and check. When I refresh it by clicking here and I check, I'm a B4, I'm a B4. Okay, I'm a B4. Okay, this one says it has one like. You can see B9, which is what the current user ID. Now let me quickly unlike or dislike and let's go and check. Now if I refresh, I will check. I'm a B4, empty, I'm a B4 empty, and I'm a B4 empty. So as you can see, there are no user IDs in any of the arrays, and it has successfully performed the check and taken it out. Okay, so now that we know this, we can now move on to the next thing. Okay, but before we move on, let us check this post component and make sure that we are doing the right checks over here. So just like how we performed the checks for the other one, we can come down here, and that is, I think, the profile picture here, right? Now instead of it to be just like this, instead we can rather do the check, right? We can make the check here that says what? That show me this one in case this one exists, but if not, I need you to show me the user pic, right? Now that we've been able to set this up, I feel like we are done with this particular part. So we'd want to move on to uploading files or uploading your posts, basically. So you should be able to upload files and stuff and upload your posts in general, right? So that's the next thing. Alright, so we want to move on to creating a post. So you see this section here where you can just put in the cursor and write whatever you want to write, and then upload an image, and then just click upload, and then you'd get your posts, right? We want to be able to do that now. So what we are going to do is we're quickly going to go into the home page. That's where I can direct myself to the right side, and then I think news feed, then where else? Upload posts, right? Yeah, it's upload posts, right? So inside the upload post component, this is where we are basically going to be implementing it, right? So what are we going to start with? We are going to start by taking in the values, right? So how do we take in the values? We need a bunch of use states variables, okay, that we can use in general, okay? So in order for us to do that, let's say const, then const, then we take in the file. We could also take in a disk, but let's take the description first. So, or the caption, right? However we want to put it. It was description where we named it inside the database, so let's not confuse ourselves and use description, right? So set disk, and then we'll give that a use state. Wait, what? I mean use state, right? Give that a use state, and then we set that to an empty string, okay? Now that I've been able to do that, I would want to set another use state to the file. So const, I would say const file, set file. It has to be a small letter. Okay, so set file. Okay, then equal to use state, which is going to be set to null. Okay, alright, so now that we have this, I'd want to go into let me check my mic. Alright, I would want to come here right under this and add an input, right? So we can say input, and this is going to be a file. So you let me just input file straightforward, right? So file. Then now that it's here, we'd go to the description part too as well, which is this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, input text, right? Then we'd add an unchange. Would add an unchange, which is going to take, which is going to which is going to take e, and then I would set disk to be e.target value, right? So I set a description to be e.target value, and then now that I have that set up, I can just copy this one and then paste it here. So here I can say file. Yeah, I can say file as well. Then over here we set file to be this e.target.file, right? So e.target.file. Okay, then once we do this, it would basically select all the files or all the image and videos that we decide to select or choose, right? Now because we don't want to do that and we basically want to take just the first one, what we will do is we just bring this array here and then we pass in 0. Then that should be it, right? Then at the end of the day, we should be able to collect just the first file inside a bunch of files. Let's say in case we select a bunch of files by mistake, we'll just take the first file out of it, right? Out of that array object, right? So Now that we have this and we've been able to do this, we can even check to see if, oh no, this is not how it's supposed to be. Take this off, right? Why is it setting it up like this? Okay, yeah. So I can now take this off and take this off. Alright, so we need to, okay, so set file. Alright, so now when we log any of this, we should see it taking the description value, for instance, and then when I log this one, as well, which is the file, you should see it taking the value, right? So I'm quickly going to go, yes, let's fix this one. Okay, but let's not fix it before, let's just check. So I'm quickly going to go to the console, right, and I'm quickly going to type in whatever I'm going to type. Now you can see that it's taking in the description. If I choose a picture or something, right, if I choose, let's say, this picture, you see that it gives us the object, right? So that's good. At least we can see that it's receiving the image, right? Now the next thing that we want to fix is, you can see that you have both the inputs and then the photo and video here, right? Now we want to be able to use this photo or video instead of this file input here, right? So how are we going to do that? I'll go back to VS Code. Let's take out these ones. I'll go back to VS Code. Then over here, I'll wrap this div. I'll change that div to a label, right? Then I'll say, okay, we need to change this part as well. Then I'll say HTML4. Then I'll give the ID, right? This ID, I'll pass this ID here, which is file. So that means now if I come and click this, it also what opens this up for us to use. Okay, then how do we make sure that this one is missing or this one is not seen, so that it's just left with this for us to use, right? I'll basically come to this input, add a class name of what, hidden, then it's gone, right? So we can now perform our API call. Let us go up here and then say we need to be able to, okay, alright, that's cool. So over here we would say what, const handle, we'll say handle post upload. So for that, we are going to make it an asynchronous function, then try catch as well, right? Try catch as well. Then I would say that inside here is where I'm going to be using the call, right? So what do? I would go into the API.js, right, over here, and then we can use what we use. So I can basically copy this and then duplicate this and say upload posts. So upload post here is basically going to take in the post info or post data. Okay, so the post data, then we'll make sure that this is a post request, because I mean, if you check the routes here, up to create a post, it's a post request, right? So now that we set that up, we want to check. So if we are going to the post route, what are we using? We are using what? Create post, right? So here we can basically replace this create posts. Let's check it well. Oh yeah, just post. Okay, so now that we have this, we are not taking in any ID, so just create post. Then over here we are going to pass in what? The post data. All right, now there we are passing in the post data here. Let's quickly go back into to our upload component, upload post component here. Now over here we can await, right? We can await, then we can await with the upload posts from the API, the upload post module or a function from the API. Then we now pass in the post data, right? So how are we going to pass in the post data? We are going to say that we are first of all taking in the description. Let me check the model. Let me check the post model here. So post model here, description, right? So inside the upload, so description, I'm going to pass in what? Description as the value. And then for the, then we go back here to check for the, what exactly, for the image. Yeah, for the image, it just says img, right? So for the image, okay, I'll come here. So for the image, which is img, we are going to have to send in something. It could be an object or a string or whatever, but that is basically what we are about to set up right now, and so that we know how to handle our posts, right? But before we go into any of that, I wanted to quickly do a cross check. So over here you can see that we passed in this like this, we put it inside the object. Now that's a mistake, because if you pass it inside the object like this, and then and then inside your upload post here you also pass in another one, it's going to be like you just did it's going to be like you just did this, right? Which is obviously wrong. So you're just going to pass in the normal post data as the normal post data as the parameter, right? And then we are going to take in the argument as an object, right? And then with that we should be just fine. Okay, so over here we are now about to work on the image upload as promised. So basically we want to first of all go to the server side, for instance, and then we want to create a new folder here, and we'll call that config. Okay, so config, then inside config we are going to create a folder called Cloudinary, right? So we're basically going to be using Cloudinary to handle our image upload, right? So inside Cloudinary here, before we do anything, we need to install a few packages. Alright, now what are we going to install? We're going to say npm I Cloudinary. We are going to install Cloudinary storage as well. Cloudinary storage, but it's going to be okay. So Cloudinary, okay, then Motor storage instead. Motor storage Cloudinary. Alright, Motor storage Cloudinary. Then we have, okay, we are going to have to install Motor as well. So let's import the first few ones. So Cloudinary, let's install Motor. Alright, so Cloudinary is going to be required from the version 2 of the Cloudinary package. So v2, right? Now that we have this, we're going to import the cloudinary storage. Okay, I don't want to, I just want to require first, then I'll come back to call it. So I'd require the Malta storage, cloudinary, right? Then I'll just require from here, so cloudinary storage, right? Alright, now that we have this, we can now come and import Malta. Require Malta. Alright, okay, now that we have this, cloudinary .config, then we open up, then inside we have what, the cloud name. Okay, so the cloud name, then we also have what, the API key, right? And then we're going to have what, the API secret. Okay, now all of these ones we are going to use the process.env to access them. Process.env cloud name, then I can just copy this, use it here. So here I'm simply going to say API key, and then over here I'm simply going to say API secret. Alright, so now that we have this, I want to quickly come and say const storage, and then inside the storage I want to create a new cloudinary storage, right? Then inside we pass in cloudinary, and then we say what that is going to be cloudinary. Then inside the params here, we are going to basically pass in the folder where we are going to save, right? But how do we know the folder we are going to save in? When I go back into the browser and I go into cloudinary right now, and I come here, I think it should be, is it Media Explorer? Yeah, when I go to the Media Explorer, for instance, you can see we have a bunch of folders here we can use or integrate, right? So basically, when we see here, I have neural feed here, I have here first, and infood and everything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to basically say YT social app, and then I would save. Then inside this YT social app here, I'm going to pass in the same name, right? So I'm basically going to say YT YT social app as the folder. Then the resource type is obviously going to be what, an image. It's going to be an image, right? So now that we have this, we want to use Malta to parse it, right? So we want to parse it by saying Malta, then we open it up, pass in the objects, so storage, going to your storage. Okay, then we now export everything. I think for this particular project we use the module pattern, right? Yeah, we use the module pattern. So what we can do is we can basically just export what Cloudinary, and we can export what parser as well. Parser. Alright, now that we have this all set up, let us go to the post service. Here is a post service, right? I want to go to the create post. It says but you're taking everything from body, right? So we are basically going to take so if I go into the post controller here, looking at it, okay, so we are taking request of body, right? Okay, I need to be able to set up I need to be able to set things up in such a way that I can also pass in the file, so the request of file, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly go inside here, and then basically I would create an object inside here, and I'll say body, take everything inside the body, and also pass in file, right? And also pass in the file. So I'm going to say what file. Okay, so what am I going to pass through the file here? That is basically going to be the request of file. So I'm going to give my space and say request of file dot path, right? Now that we've been able to set this up nicely, we can go into the post.route here and then import the parser, right? But no need to we don't have to do any long import or anything. We can basically call it, right? So the parser, call it from cloudinary.js, and then inside we are going to pass in the image. Okay, since that was how it was inside the model. Where is the the post model? You can see image, right? So, and then that's how we are going to even pass it from the front end as well, right? So image, and I'm basically going to give this space, then we should be set. Now that we've been able to set it up like this, we can go back to our upload post component. But here's the thing, you're going to have to change how you are receiving the data over here this time, right? So how are we going to do that? Now we are going to have to use the form data to handle this. Okay, so what we are going to do is I'm quickly going to go into api.js here, right? And then over here, instead of just creating things straight like this, I would quickly open it up and treat it like a whole new function, right? So here, just close this side here. Let's basically come here and then say const form data, and then we are going to make this a new form data, initialize it. Then we can see we can say that form data dot append. Then inside we are going to first of all pass in the user ID, right? Because when you check inside the component here, when you check inside the model here, see we have to take user ID. So yes, so we are going to pass in the user ID, and then this user ID is going to take in what user ID here. So we can just say user ID, Then now that we have this, we can come down here and set this form append also to what, to disk. Then we pass in what, disk, right? So disk description, right? So now that we have this, I can copy this and paste again, and that is basically going to be our image, and then we are passing in what, image. So image right here. Okay, then now that we set this up, we can now say const response, right? Now inside this one here, let's make this an asynchronous function. Then over here, I would say that I want to await what, API. I want to await this API dot posts, right? Then I want to quickly inside this one, I want to quickly go to the posts route and then create posts like how we did before. Then over here, we are going to pass in the form data, and then we are going to set the headers to be, so I'm going to say headers, and we're going to say what, this is going to be content type, then we make it a multi-part form. So multi-part form data. Okay, multi-part form data. Now that we set this up, we can even send back, or we can even return the response as well. So we can return it, you know, just to do some checks and return it. So I can say res dot what, data. Okay, right. So now that we have this all set up, we can, so basically what we are looking forward to, right? I want to not format this, right? So I want to just return. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything else, just trying to return without formatting everything, right? So now that we have this, right, we want to make sure that we are passing in the user ID, the desk, right, that's the description, and then the image object, right? So let's do that quickly. So over here inside the upload posts here, you can just clean this object thing that we have here. So how do we get the user ID? We are going to get the user ID from the use context. I'm going to say const empty object use context, and then we are going to take it from the alt context here. Then inside, I'm going to say user, right? So over here, the first thing, which is the user ID, is going to come from the user dot what, ID, right? Then the next thing, which is the description, is going to come from this description state. Then the file is going to come from this file, right? Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we can basically store this one also in a response as well. We can store this one in a response as well. Then we can log it out in our console to make sure that it's successful, and then we can even set our toast to be what, posts, so it's success, right? Post has been uploaded successfully. Then over here you can see that what we can say something like posts upload failed, right? But we just change this to error. Okay, so let's make sure. Okay, so toast is already imported nicely. Okay, let's check my mic. Okay, it works. I would go here, I'll go into the form here, and I'll look for this upload button, and I'll set it, right? I'll say that when I click on this, I want to pass in what? I want to pass in handle post upload. Okay, now okay, but before we do anything, let's come here and then change this side by bringing in accept. Then we can say what, png, jpeg, and what, jpeg as well. I think it will be a dot. Yeah, so basically what that allows us to do is it only accepts certain kinds of files, right? So if I go here and I click on this, you realize that it white lists the rest that are not pictures or images, and just allows us to select any of these, right? Right, so let's quickly refresh. Okay, so it looks like the network. Okay, let's go back. I let me scroll down. Okay, looks like we have an error. So it's okay, it says that we treated it as common JS instead of module. Yes, that is true. That is an issue. That is a big issue. Right, so over here you just have to import it really quick. So I'm going to import v2 from Cloudinary, right? Then what I can do is I can quickly bring this down here and then set this. So I can just change this to Cloudinary. Hey, I can set this to v2 instead. Yeah, so I can set this v2 to Cloudinary here, and then I can now use this Cloudinary for whatever I want to do with it, right? So now that I know this, I have to, I think for this side too, we also forgot to add in the values. So let's go to our env file, and then let's pass in the cloud name, pass in the cloud name, the API key, and the API secret. Alright, so when we go back to the browser and we go to Cloudinary here, when we go back to the dashboard, okay, it says can't load data. Okay, that's weird. Let's try to refresh. Alright, so it's here now. I'm going to quickly copy my cloud name, paste it. I'll go to so I'll copy the API key. Okay, I'll paste that one as well. I'll go back, copy the API secret. Now come here, come and paste that. Okay, so we have these ones all set up as well. So this one also, we need to be able to import it in a different way. So I'm going to say import, going to import a Cloudinary storage, and I'll cut this out. Then I also import Malta from Malta, and I'll cut this one out as well. So now that we have all these ones, we can check here. It says what? It says, yeah, it says what? Parser is not a function. Parser is not a function. Okay, that is weird. Let me go into the posts route here. It says parser. That was what I basically imported, right? That was what I basically imported. So I'm wondering why. Okay, let's go back to Cloudinary. It still says parser is not a function. Okay, I think I know the issue here. For the parser not being a function, it's true. So I'm going to go here to the post.route here. I'm going to pass in this property. How could I forget this? Single. Yes, and then now it should work just as fine as we want it to. Okay, then over here I'm going to go back to the project and I'm going to refresh. Okay, so you can see that it has been pulled up. I want to go back here. I want to go back to my upload component so that we can see the image being called. We can see the image, right? Or we can see the image file. So here I'm going to simply log out the file, right? We are going to set up a way we can see the image there without having to log out the file first. Okay, but for the meantime, let us just click on this and select an image. Right now you can see that the image is there. So this is a fresh post from me. Then okay, let me set up, I didn't set up a loading state. Say const loading set loading to a use state of false. Okay, so I'm going to say, so for this one I'll tell you what, in case loading is true, I need you to show uploading, but if it's not, I need you to show upload. That's way too many. Okay, upload, right? Then whenever this, so for the disabled property, I want to set that to the loading state, the value of the loading state. Okay, so here we're going to set loading to be true, and then we're going to finally catch it. to set it to be false. Set loading to be false. Okay, once it's successful, I want to set loading to false. Okay, right. Alright, so now that we know this, let's re-upload the image. It's here. This is a fresh post from me. Then I would upload. Set post upload failed. I'm going to check. Must apply the API key. Okay, that's API key. Where is it at? I'm going to go to Cloudinary. Set API key, API secret. Let's check the env. API key, API secret. That was what we took from Cloudinary here. The API key and the secret. So what else is the issue? Let's check back. Supply the API key. Let me supply the API key raw. Let me just paste it inside raw like this and see. So let's wait for it. Okay, then I would upload. Still says error. What is the error? Must apply the secret, the API secret. Okay, this is a little strange. Let's apply the secret as well. And then let's provide the name as well. Okay, so now that we have this, we should be able to make the post successfully. What is it saying? Okay, it says connection refused. That is a connection issue. Alright, so the post has been uploaded successfully. If we check the database, we should be able to see the post being there. Right, that's because, okay, so this is the new post here that we have. Okay, so it is here. This is a fresh post from me. Okay, this is a fresh post from me. You can see this one, nicely created with no likes yet. Okay, so when I go into the database, it is about to load up. When I go into the database, I'm going to basically pause the video. The one I come, okay, it's here. Alright, so we can just go into restraints forward. Ask me later. Okay, then I'll go to YT social. Then for the posts here, this it should be the latest post. Okay, I'm wondering why it's not giving us the image field like it's supposed to give us. Okay, so since it's not here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and check the service, the post or service. Okay, I've seen the issue. So here I'm supposed to assign it to the object, right? And we are going to assign it to the image object of the post model, or the image field of the post model, right? Now that we have it assigned, okay, let's make, okay, it has been connected. I want to open up, then I'll say this is a fresh post. All right, then I would add my picture. I'll just select this one, and then I would upload. Alright, it has been uploaded successfully. Now when we look through, you see that the image has been added. When I copy this and then I come and paste, oh no, I want to take this out. I want to click on this one. Yeah, let me copy this without the quotes and then I'll paste it. Now you should see this image, right? So now that I've been able to upload it, let's go back to application and then check through to see if it has been updated. Okay, Henry. So Henry says what? This. Okay, Henry says this is new. I'm coming. This is a fresh post from me. I'm looking for another Henry post. But we can basically check the database. So when we check through, you can see it here. This is a fresh post with an image here, right? Okay, so now that we can upload images, before we do anything else, let us go back to VS Code and then check this. Now you realize that we are doing things straightforward here, which obviously isn't safe, right? So the error that we're getting where we kept being asked to supply the API key clearly meant that our project or our server wasn't able to access our project wasn't able to access the env files that we set up in here, right? So what we'll do is we'll basically just import .env from .env, right? Then we'll do what? .env config, right? .config. Then close it up. Then over here I would say process .env .cloud name. .cloud name. Alright, now we have this set up. When we go to try to make another post, let's refresh. And yes, one more thing, you realize that whenever we click on upload, it looks like this one still stays with the values inside, right? Now we want to fix that by going into the upload dots and inside the upload post here, and then we say that once this is successful, we want to first of all clean. So we would say what? Set file to be null. After everything is successful, set file to be null, and then set the disk to be what? An empty string. Okay, so yeah, I mean basically that should be it, right? Okay, so I'm quickly going to come and say
this is a test post. Okay, then I'll upload the image. You can see it here. Then I'll upload. Alright, it has been successful. When we go through, you can see that it's here. The image is here, right? And then this, when we refresh, you should see that it's here, successful. Okay. Alright, so what we want to do right now is that we want to clean up all these ones that do not have real images and just show the ones that do have real images, right? Let's close this one. Yeah, so what we are going to do is I'm going to go to the database and do that manually for now. So I'm going to delete this one, yeah, then I'll delete this one as well, then I'll delete this one. Which one again? This one. Yeah, this one too. Okay, which one again? This one. And okay, I think I can leave these very few ones for the meantime, because some do have images and some also do not have images, right? So I would say, so what I'll do is I'll go to the post side, right? So the post component here, and I'll come to this, the post pic, right? So over here I can say post dot picture dot pic image, right? Post dot image. So I want to check if there's a post image here, right? So then I'll bring it out. So basically I'm going to go back here, and then let's refresh. Right, as you can see, both of these images are showing, but you can see that we have these two booking pictures here, right? So let's fix that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to say that do some checks. Now if only post.image exists, then I need you to render. If only it exists, then render this image components that we have here, right? So copy, so I just cut it out and then I pasted it, right? So we are going to check this post to see if it has an image. If it does, then you can now bring in the image with the post with its image with it. Okay, so when I go back, you can see that now it's not there again, but this one has it. That this one doesn't, but this one does have. Okay, now that is awesome. I want us to create a really nice way whereby we can show the picture below, right? We can show the picture somewhere below for us to see that, okay, so this is the picture that I'm about to upload. Then once we see it, we can now click on upload and then it will upload for us, right? Now how do we do that? Right, so in order for us to be able to preview our images before we upload, we can simply come and create a new state here called, let's say, image preview, or let's just use preview, then set preview, right? Then we can say use state. Okay, so the use state here is going to be set to null as well. Why is it capital? Null. Right, now that it has been set to null, we want to use now that it has been set to null, we want to use a method
that we use on the image object or on the file object whenever we want to preview it. Yeah, and that method is called create object URL. Okay, now that we know the method, let's now apply it. Okay, so as you can see over here, when we come into this part, you can see that we have an unchange here, right? Sending a file to the target. But since you are doing something multiple, or since you are performing multiple actions, I want us to create a fresh function for it that's going to handle all these things. So I'm going to say handle handle preview, or handle file change, right? So I'm going to say handle file change. Then this handle file change function is going to take in the as usual. Then inside we are going to say const file, and then this file is going to be equal to the e.target.files, and then, like as usual, we pick out the first file inside. Then we come here and see what we are setting the file. We are setting the file to be what? File, right? Then we want to check that if this file exists, or once you're able to make sure that this file exists, let's choose our if else. So you want to say what? Once this file exists, let's do something, right? Now what are we trying to do? I want to say const URL, right? Const URL is equal to this big URL here, right? Okay, then we are going to say what? Create object URL. Okay, then you are going to pass in this file object, or this file state. Okay, so the file state that we have, or that variable in general. Now once you're able to pass that, we can now pass set preview to be what? This new URL that we have. Okay, so this URL, it's only this computer that can recognize it for us to be able to use it, right? You can set preview here as well too. So if there is no file, or if no file has been added, we want to set the preview to be what? Null. And we want to make sure that we are setting preview to be null at this side too as well. So once the file is null, preview becomes null. Okay, I think we already made that change here, but you just, for safety's sake, let's just make that change here as well. Okay, so now that we have this, we can now take the file change, handle file change here, and then come to this one change here, and then pass it inside. So handle file change, then right under the input for this one, we can say that in case this preview exists, right? We can say in case this preview exists, then I need you to render the preview here, and that is going to be an image. The image has the src of what? Okay, yeah, mistake, has to be a bracket, right? So the image has the source of the preview, right? Then we want to make sure that we are seeing what? Preview image, or image preview. Image preview, right? Okay, then for the class name, we just say width being 50% or 50 pixels, and then we make sure that the height is also 50 pixels. height 50 pixels. Then what else? We also see that it's rounded MD, so I can just select this one, rounded MD, object cover, and then yes, then I think can give it a nice or just some small margin left of what, 15 pixels, right? Now that we have this all set up, we can now test it again by going inside the browser here, and then we can call an image. So I can basically pick this one, right? So you can see it appear here nicely. So I can say the latest video has been uploaded to YouTube. Then make sure you check it out. Okay, so now that this is set up, wait, let me check my mic. Okay, works. Now that this is set up, I can now do what? Click on upload, and then it should upload. Okay, so it has been cleaned up. Now if I check through, you can see it's not here, but the moment the page has been refreshed, it should appear in no time. Okay, now you can see it's here. The latest video has been uploaded to YouTube. Make sure you check it out, and then you can see the image appear here, nice and clean. Right, so we're going to move on to getting friends of a user. All right, getting the friends list of a user basically. So how do we do that? Let me first of all demonstrate what I mean. So when I go into the user side, alright, we are getting an error. It says error undefined includes. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to bring this question mark here, and then that should fix it up, right? So yeah, so when I come here and I go to the friend side, I want to make sure that I am getting all these users friends, and then I'm able to log out, or sorry, I'm able to display the friends over here with the pictures and the username and everything, right? So how am I going to do that? Let's first of all go to the profile. I think the right bar instead, right bar, and then okay, we already have these properties in there, so I'm basically going to clean. Okay, so I already have this one, right? So I'll just come and clean out these other ones. Clean out these other ones, right? Let me clean this one. Okay, so my guess is it should just be left with this, right? So what will happen is, once we are done getting all the friends from the database, we should be able to populate it here, hence giving us our nice arrangements like we set up before. Okay, so in order for us to be able to start, let's go to the back end. I'm going to go to the user service. I'm going to go to the user service right now, and I'm quickly going to copy one of these. Okay, then I'm going to come here. I'm going to say get friends, or get user friends, or just get friends in general, or user friends seems more specific. You get user friends. Alright, then this is basically going to take in, I think, params, because we take the ID. So params is going to take params, and then over here we are going to say that this user model we are going to find by ID. Okay, and then
we're going to pass in what? The params.id. Okay, params.id. Okay, let's make a user ID. Right, now that we have this, what are we going to do? I'm going to come into friends. I'm going to say friends, and I'm going to equate it to another await, and then we are going to use promise all, just like how we did inside the post. If you remember, when we go into the post service and you come here, see how we did this promise all, we map through. That's how we are going to handle the user service. So I'm going to come and say promise all, coming, promise all. Then this, I'm going to quickly come down and say what? User dot what? Following. We are going to look inside the user dot following array, and then we're going to map through, right? And then inside we are going to take the friend ID, right, or the ID of each and every single user inside this particular user's friends list, right? And then what we are quickly going to do is we're going to return user. I'm going to return the user model dot find by ID, and we are going to pass in the friend ID, right? Friend ID. Save that, it's here. Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, let's now come right under this one, okay, and let's create an empty array so that we can just push the needed materials that we need, because we do not want to get all the details of our friends, or we do not want to get all the details of each and every single person inside. We just want to get a few items or a few objects, right? So in order for us to do that, we are going to come down, and then I'll create the friends lists, our empty array, and then I'll later push the details we need, right? So make this empty, and then I'll come here and say what? This friends list, right? This friends, right? The friends that we're getting here, we are going to map through, okay? We're going to map through this friends array, right? Then what are we going to do next? Inside, we are going to say friend, each and every single friend that we are getting out of that array, right? We're going to do a few things, right? What is that? We're going to take each and every friend and push them, okay? So basically, this friend, right, we're going to take the items first. Okay, so let's take the ID, let's take the username, let's take the profile picture, then let us equate it to friend. Okay, now that we have that, we can come to the friends list, and then we push. Okay, we push the ID that we took, we push all this details. I'm just quickly going to copy this, put it here. Alright, so now that we have that all set up, what are we going to do? I'm finally going to return the friends list, right? Okay, so the friend list is going to be returned. If there's an error, we throw the error. Alright, now that we have set this up nicely, what we're going to do is I'm going to go into the user controller here. I'm going to go into the user controller here, then I'm quickly going to copy this, come here, and paste. Now over here I can say get user friends controller. Then inside this one I can see what get user friends. Alright, then here we passing what request the params. Alright, then inside this one can remove this. Now what we get from this is going to be the friends, right? So we return the friends here. Okay, friends have been fetched successfully. Friends have been searched. Alright, I'm going to type this well, successfully. Alright, then I'm going to bring my comma because it's an object, and this one should also be fixed, right? So now that we've been able to set this up, let me check my mic. Okay, it still works. Now that we've been able to set this up, we can now use it inside our routes, right? So I'll quickly go into the user routes here, and then what am I going to do? I'm going to take this get, right, and I'll use it here. So get friends, right? I'll paste it, then I'll tell you what friends user ID, since you are getting that from the params. Then I'll tell you what get user friends controller, right? Now that we have this all set up, what are we going to do? I'm quickly going to move straight to the right bar here. And then we'll try to get it. Then right after we're able to get it, or we don't even have to, let me go to Postman and test it here first, right? Let's test it here. So over here, the user, I can add one more request. It says request not found. I can delete that. Can add a fresh new request. Add request. Okay. Then it says what? Get friends. It's going to be the name of the request, and then you have the base URL going to be users, and then friends, and then we are going to pass in the user ID of at least one user. Now which user has a following? Yeah, I think I saw one but I ignored, so it's going to be this one. This user has a following, so it's going to be Amma. I'm quickly going to take Amma's user ID, then I'll send it. So once I get, I should be able to receive the username, the ID, the username, and the profile picture. Okay, so now that I have this working for us, right, we know that it's working, so we want to move on to the front end and then implement it over here as well. Right, so in order for us to do it on the front end, we are going to have to get a use state for the friends. So we can say friends list, or we can just say friends and set friends, and then we can do this use state. Okay, then inside the use state, we are going to keep it as an empty array. Then over here we can do our UseEffect, right? UseEffect. Then inside we have the function, then our dependency is going to be what, since it's the user ID that is going to be changing most of the time or all the time, we're just going to set that to the dependency. All right, good. So now that we have that, over here we can create a new function. I mean, we can't do the async thing here, right? Because UseEffect doesn't really take it, right? Or it's not ethical to use it that way, right? So what we are going to do is I'm going to have to create a new function inside, just like how we always do. I'm going to say get friends. Then I'm going to do it inside is going to be an asynchronous function. Then we have what, try catch in here. We have our try catch block. We can log out the error, and also we can do our toast the error, then we see what, something went wrong. Right, now that we have that, we can initialize it here. You can say get friends and then initialize it here, right? Alright, now that we have that, we can create a const response, right? Then inside we have our wait, but as usual, we do not write everything here, right? So what we are going to do is I'm going to go into the api.js here. Then we are going to copy one of these. Okay, copy this one. Then I'll come here and paste that. Then we'll say get user friends, right? Then over here we are going to say user ID as usual. Then here we are going to say what, friends, and then the user ID at the end, right? So now that we know this and we've been able to set this up, what can we do? I'll quickly close this and come back here. Then I'll say what, get user friends, right? And then it has been imported. Then inside we are going to pass in the user.id, right? Now that we've been able to pass this in, we can set it to what, friends. We can set it to friends as the rest.data.friends, because that's how we set it inside the controller, if you remember, friends, right? Now that we have that working, we can even test to see if it is out here, right? So I'm going to log into the console, the rest.data. Okay, so how do we check this? So as you can see, this user has no friends, right? But we have the message showing here. So okay, I'm going to quickly go into someone that actually has friends, that is Amma. Then we should see that Amma's, okay, it says undefined. Okay, so here we have Amma's friends list here, which is what, the ID here as well and stuff. So now that we've seen that this friend is available, we can map through them and then display them over here, right? So let's quickly do that. Right, so as you can see here, there's this profile picture here, right? There's this profile picture here that it's like a dummy picture, right? But we want to be able to use the user's profile picture that we have. So we want to say check if the user.profile picture exists, right? Profile picture, check if it exists. If it exists, I need you to give me the user.profile picture. But if it doesn't, then you give me this one, right? and then obviously, okay, but we do not want it to show this, because if a user doesn't have a profile picture, I want it to show an empty profile, right? So let's set it up the right way. I would instead say profile. So over here I can see what, clean this and come to I think it was inside the profile page, profile, then assets, and we have user.png. Right, so alright, we have this nicely set. Okay, right, now that we have this, for the meantime we can say that, okay, where is it? Right, now we have the friends list, we have the friends array, right? We've set it to it, so we are going to have to map through it to display the data here. Okay, so in order for us to be able to do that, over here we can say this, then I'll say what, friends here, then I'll map through this friend, and I'll say what, friend, then inside which is going to be a bracket, then I pass these ones into it, right? So alright, so over here I can say what, friend dot profile picture, friend dot profile picture, or else show this one. Then here I'm going to say what, friend dot what, username. Okay, so once I do this, we should be able to see Kofi, but I'm looking at this picture and I'm not feeling satisfied about it, right? So I'm quickly going to get a much more straight picture or rectangular looking picture that we can use for a no profile, and then once I'm able to get that, we'll get back and then we'll replace it with it. Alright, so I've been able to get a no profile image here, and I'm quickly going to add it to it. So I got it from here, and so I would make sure that I add it to the assets in case I'm releasing the full video, right, of which is going to be very soon. Okay, so I'm quickly going to add it. So I'm just going to switch up the path here. I'm going to clean this and say assets, then I'm going to say what, no profile image dot png. Okay, then over here it should quickly change and look nice, much better. Alright, okay, I'm glad we've been able to implement this functionality. Now the next thing that we'd want to move on to is following and unfollowing a user. Okay, but before that I want to make sure that unless I'm inside my own profile, unless the profile here is the same as the logged in user's profile, that's the only time that will show this upload components, right? So in order for us to do that, I'll quickly go back to VS Code and I'll go to, I think the feed. I'll go to the news feed here, and then over here I can say unless the username that we have taken from the params, unless it is equal to the current user, right, the current logged in user. Are we getting the current logged in user? No, I don't think we are. So in order for us to be able to get that, we're going to have to do const, then get that user here, and then okay, we can remove this console log then you can get them from the use context, then the auth context as well, auth context. Then what else? So over here, say user dot what username, right? If it is, if the username inside the params here is the same as the current logged in user's username, then we want to render this. We want to quickly render these bad boys. I'll cut this, and then over here I'll bring in my brackets and my empty fragments, and then I'll pass in these bad boys. Okay, so now that I have this all set up, okay, I'm coming. I'm going to take these ones out and place them here. Then these ones, I can even cut them and cut them, right? Then it should be just this one. Okay, so I can quickly go back to the home page. Okay, expecting the home page to load up. It says what? Cannot read property ID, and that is in the right bar. The right bar cannot read property ID, that is in the right bar. ID. Okay, cannot read property ID. So we just add this question mark, and then we try. Still can't read a property ID. Okay, that is strange. I would add this to it, and then where else do we have user.id? I'm going to find it. User.id. Wait, these users, okay, we're getting them from a different place. Then which one? I'm going to quickly user.id. Okay, so it's here. So basically all we had to do was add the question marks. Now what did the question marks say? The question marks say that check if it's available. If it is available, put in the ID. If it's not, just leave it and allow everything to happen. And that's what we simply did for this place as well, and then it's now working. Okay, so if I refresh, you should see that it should work as we expect it to. See, something went wrong. Okay, yes, that's because it's not necessarily our friend's side. So what I can do is I can basically just take this one out. I can just take this one out so that it doesn't keep giving us that error. Okay, alright, so we are not inside the profile in order for us to display the friends, right? But the moment we go inside, you can see that Henry is the logged in user, and it's the same username over here in the params. That's why we are seeing this. But if I click and go to Amma or even Kofi, when I go to Kofi right now, we are not going to see the same thing, right? So you'd realize we are not going to see that. When I go to Amma too, we are not going to see the same thing, basically, right? So I'm just wondering a little bit why this one seems empty. Okay, so I'm going to go to my VS Code, and then I would quickly log out. So inside the newsfeed, I'm quickly going to log out the posts to see. Okay, So we have okay, so basically the reason why it's appearing like this is because Amma doesn't have any boost, right? But the moment we go to Henry, we do realize that Henry has posts, right? So it shows, and since Henry is the current logged in user, we are seeing this. So when we go to the home page, you realize that this side is also gone. Okay, and so yeah, that is it. Now let's immediately create our follow button. So we quickly go to Amma's profile. I don't want it to be my profile because it can't be there, I can't follow myself basically. So I'll go to Amma's profile real quick. So now that I'm in Amma's profile, I want to add a follow button here, alright, so that me, Henry, can follow Amma when I'm here, right? So in order for me to be able to do that, I'll go to the right bar, okay, and then over here I would say const sorry so this is the white bar profile, right? I'll come here. It's already in an empty fragment, so I can do it here, right? So here I would want to say that I want to check if the user the username is not the same. I want to check if this the username is not the same as the current user dot username, right? So I'm trying to say that I want to check if it's the current user page. So I'm saying that if this user that I'm on his page, right, if his username is not equal to me that I'm logged in my username, then I need you to display, or I need you to render this, right? So what do I need you to render? I basically need you to render a button. Alright, cool. So now that I know this, I can quickly come here and basically call, I can come here and call the sorry, not this place exactly, but basically the top, just the top here. I can come here and call that my current user. So I would say here user, call the user and give it a nickname, or another way it can be recognized as what's the current user. Then I'll take it from the use context here. Then this use context, I'm going to pass with my auth context. Alright, so now that I have this, I can go here. Okay, so here I can say follow. Then I think I can give my plus, right? So over here that I have follow, can even make it just follow like this. Then I can give it a class name, of bg green 500, bg green 500. Let's make it 600 so it matches. bg green 600. Then text white, give it a margin top of 5 or 10. Let's give it a margin top of 10, MB of 10, right? Okay, let's give it 5. I don't want it to be too separated, right? And then what else? We want to make sure it has a padding. So right padding, I want to say that horizontal padding, right? So I'll say I want to see px, so px is going to be 2.5. No, py, I want py to be 2.5, Then I'll make px5. Then let's look at it. Alright, cool. Px, let's make that 2.5 as well and see how it will look like. Okay, so let's make this 5 and make this, okay, and make this 1, 2. Right, I think I like this one. Then I'm quickly going to give it a rounded MD. Alright, and I'm quickly going to give it a cursor pointer, and I'm going to say whenever I hover, I want to say that the green color, so I want to say BG green 700, the green color deepens, and I want to add my transition as well so that everything is smooth. Alright, so on this page, when I refresh, and then I move my mouse over like this. Okay, this one is also saying what each child in the list. Okay, right bar. Okay, I think I know where it is. Quickly going to come here. I think it should be here, the friend side. So over here I can just pass in my key. The key and say it's what, friend dot ID. Now it's gone. Okay, then over here, what I'm going to do about the follow button right now is, looking at the way when you hover over it doesn't do anything. I'm probably thinking there's something over it, like there's something on top of it, right? So I'm going to go down here, and this Z index, I'm quickly going to remove this, then come back, and then yes, it should be good and working just as we expect it to, right? So we can now work on the functionalities. Let's do that real quick. Alright, so we quickly want to be able to use our follow button. So what we want to do is, I'll come here and give it an on click, and then when I click on it, I want to handle follow. Okay, so how am I going to handle the follow? It's going to be a function that I'll create up here. Alright, so down here, right under here, I'm going to come and say const handle follow. I think I copied it, so I'll just paste that. Const handle follow, which is going to be an asynchronous function. Then create the function. Alright, then try catch. See what we can log out the error. Right, okay, so now that we have this, let's set up the check for whether I, the current user that I'm logged in, is following this user on their profile, right? So how do I check that? I'm quickly going to use a UseEffect, right? But let's set up a use state first to do the check or store the value, right? So I'm going to say is followed, set is followed, right? Set is followed. Get my charger. Then I would equate it to use state here. Alright, then inside the use state, I can set the default value to be false. Okay, I can quickly set the default value to be false. Right, then I can come down here and use the use effect. Okay, then inside, let me like the network is off. Alright, so here can add it. Right, so over here, what would I say? I would say that is followed. Right, we want to set is followed to what? We want to say that look inside the current user's followings. Right, so current user dot followings array. Right, now if inside that following, if it includes what if it includes the user ID, that's going to be the current that particular user we are inside his or her profile. So we want to look inside that. So I want to say yes, ID, yeah. So look inside, right? If it's in there, if that user profile's ID is inside our current users following array, it will give us true, but if it's not, it will give us false, right? And then with that, we'll be able to manipulate this by saying that, by putting this inside here, and then we can say we can basically, let me clean this and say is followed. If is followed is true, then I need you to give me following, right? But if it's false, I need you to give me follow, right? Yeah, all right. So now that we've been able to set this up, we are good to go by writing our functionality for that. Alright, so we want to write the functionality like I said, but before we do that, let us go to the UseEffect here and make sure we are passing in dependencies. So current user and then a user dot what ID. Okay, so now that we know this, okay, we want to I want to come down. Okay, so this one is actually correct. Okay, if followed is true, okay, it's correct. So what we want to do is we want to now write the functionality, right? So over here inside the handle follow here, we can do a few things. Now first of all, we want to make sure that whenever we click on this follow, it basically changes to the following and then comes back, right? So in order for us to be able to accomplish that, we set this as followed to be the negation of it, right? So to the negation of its truth value, right? So it's followed here. So you realize that when I click, you realize it keeps changing, right? Alright, so that's awesome. Now how do we perform the functionalities in between here? So we want to first of all check, right? We want to say if, let me write our if statement snippets. So if else, yeah, so what's the condition here? We want to check is following, right? We want to check that is following array. Now if it's true, we wanted to await a few things, right? What are we trying to await? I want to now create that functionality for it inside our API. So I'll go to the API here, then we can quickly copy this and paste it here, right? Now we can say follow, or I think if the follow is true, let me go back to the right bar. Okay, it's not okay. Yeah, this is it. Now if is followed is true, that means you're already following, right? So let's work on follow first. So for that, because of that, I'm going to say what unfollow friend, or unfollow user basically. Then when we look inside the backend, that is this part, the service, you realize that it takes in the user data, and then that user data is going to be the body, and then this one is going to be the params, because when we check here, you see user data is the first parameter, which is request the body, and then request the params is the second. So when we check again here, you can see here user.data first parameter, update data is second, right? So body and params. So for the params, we pass in the normal ID, and the body we pass in the user data. So here I'm going to say what, user ID and then the ID, right? So over here we pass in the ID, and then we give it a body object of what, user ID, and then we pass in user ID parameter as well, okay, for it to fill in that space. All right, then over here we set this to unfollow, right? That's because when we go back to the route here and we check, you see unfollow. When we go inside, you see here it also takes the same properties as well. So as you can see, it's here, right? So I can go back to the api.js here, and then we've been able to set this up. We change this to put, okay, change this to put, then I think we should be good to go. So what I can do is I can basically go back to the right bar here. So I wait, now wait what, unfollow user. So unfollow user has to be imported here, it's here. Then I'm going to pass in my user ID, which is what, the current user that we need, current user.id that we need, and then the ID itself is going to be that user that I'm on his profile or her profile and I'm trying to follow. So user dot what, user dot ID as well. Okay, so now that I have this working, I want to do the same thing for this one as well. So I'm just going to copy and paste. I'm going to change this to follow user, and then I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here and do the same thing, and then change this to follow. Okay, then I'm going to change this one to follow. Okay, then I'm going to come back. Where is it? I'm going to go back to the right bar as well, and then import it. Okay, now it should be imported here, follow user. Okay, now that it's here, we can now use it, right? But mind you, we want to be able to make sure that at the end of the day, when we update something inside the server, we are also updating it inside our user state in our application. Because when we go back here, when we go back to the auth context to check, you can see that there's no following array. There's no following array. So whenever we perform that action, it will actually go back, right? It will rather go back and do whatever we wanted to do inside the database, but it wouldn't do it inside our current user state that is inside the application, right? So because of that, we want to go into the actions, and then we want to make a few changes, right? So let's quickly work on the unfollow and then follow, right? So for that, I can basically copy this and then come here and paste. Then I'll say what, let's do follow. Okay, so follow, then I'll say user ID, right? Then inside I'll make this follow. Okay, then over here I'll pass the payload to be what, user ID, right? Payload will be user ID, Then I can do the same thing for this one, for the unfollow. So over here I can say what? Unfollow. So follow and then unfollow, right? So I can do the same thing, unfollow, right? So now that I have this working, we want to go straight into the reducer so we can implement what we want to implement, right? So over here you already have this. I would copy this case and I'll bring it down here, and over here I'm going to set this case to what? Follow. Okay, I'm going to set this case to follow, and then I'm going to quickly clean this up, right? Now that we have the case for the action, right, to perform whatever we want to perform, right, or to update the state, we want to say that, right, in case we pass in the dispatch type to be follow, right, what do we want to do? We want to first of all take everything inside our initial state, right, or the state of our current user. Take everything inside. Now that you have everything inside, we want to go to the user object and then change its value as well, right? So inside the user object, what value are we trying to change? We want to change the followings, right? But wait, before you change the followings, let's take everything inside the state, or let's take everything inside the user object inside your state, right? Then after you've taken it, now let's go into the followings. Okay, followings, right? Then inside this following, that is an array, we want to make sure that we are taking everything inside the what? The state dot user dot followings, right? We're taking everything inside that array, and then we are passing in what? The action dot what? Payload, right? So basically, after setting this up, right, we want to copy this case, right? We want to copy it and just manipulate it a little bit for the unfollow, right? So in case we say that the dispatch type is unfollow, what do we want to do? Right, what do we want to do? We want to go here as usual, go there, then inside this followings, right, this is where things are going to change a bit. Now over here we are passing in a new user ID, right? So we can just pass it in straight, but for the followings we are trying to remove a user ID. So if I say age, right, I do whatever, I do this inside, right, and I use the follow, that means I'm adding some more things to it. But what we want to do for the unfollow is we want to write a functionality that will be able to check. We want to check, then once we unfollow, we check the ID, right, to see if it matches the ones inside. Now if we check and then the value we are passing through matches the one that is already in the followers array, we just remove it, right? So in order for us to do that, we use the filter method. Okay, so how do we use the filter method? I'm going to go back to the reducer here, and then I'll pass in the state. Dot user dot followings dot filter, then I'll say what? Followings, right? And I'll say following, then inside, so look inside and compare a few things for me, right? Now when you look inside, check if the following, right, that is the ID that we are looking for, check if it is not equal to what? The action dot payload, right? So the moment you realize it is not part of it, you just take action, take it out. Okay, it looks like set equal to, yeah. Now the moment you realize it's not part of it, you take action. Okay, so after everything, you can now return the state. Okay, so now that we have this set up nicely, we want to go back into our, where is it? I want to go back into the right bar. Is it right bar? Yeah. I want to go back into the right bar, and then we want to now make our difference or our changes, right? So over here, I will come down and dispatch, right? I'll now dispatch. But where are we getting the dispatch from? We are going to get it from here. Okay. Dispatch. Okay. We're getting it from here. So let's dispatch the type. And then we pass in what? Unfollow. First, we pass in unfollow. Okay. Then after passing in the type, we forgot to put it inside there. So after passing in the type of unfollow, then we say what? We say that the payload that we are looking for should be the user dot what? ID. Alright. Now we are basically going to do the same thing for the one under here, and then we will change this to what? Follow. Alright. Then now that we've been able to do this, we want to check a few things here. Now over here, you can see that we are now handling things with our real, or we are now handling things with the user that is inside our state, that is inside our system, right? So instead of setting this place to be false, we should rather pass in this so that it checks for what? So that whenever we use this thing, that is the opposite. So you see this part is going to give us a truth or false value, right? So instead of passing in a value that we have self-determined, why don't we pass in the value that we have determined once the page has refreshed, right? So passing in this value is basically going to check for the original thing we are looking for when the page refreshes. Then after it has checked, we can now use that to make our own decisions inside the application, right? So now that we know this, I'm going to save that, and then we'll try it ourselves. We'll try it out here. So I'm quickly going to refresh. Okay, so it's here. Then I'll follow. Okay, you can see here that it says what? Following, right? If I go into the database and I go and check here, if I check, now you can see that Ames followers array has B9, and that is Henry, right? And Henry is following Amma here, and as you can see, it has affected the current user, right? So it works. Okay, so we are going to have to find a way of storing the state so that it becomes persistent, okay? So that whenever I refresh the page, this one doesn't leave. So we are going to handle that as we move on, right? So if we want to test it again, I can clean this. Up real quick. Clean this up real quick, and clean this up as well. Clean this up as well. So when we follow, it passes it in, then it's stored inside the database. Okay, So followers. Okay, then we have to remove this. Right, it stores it in, and then over here you can see Amer's own here as well. Okay, so that is interesting. That is nice and interesting. I want to quickly go into the home page. So okay, it says cannot read the properties of. Okay, it says right bar. Okay, so I'm going to go to VS Code and go to the right bar here, and then it says cannot read properties of ID. Okay, I will just leave it at user so that it ignores it, right? And then we should have our home page. Okay, it says what? Cannot read properties of ID at the right bar. It says 20. Okay. So we can leave this and we can come here and then place our question mark. Okay, I didn't look at it well. So right now we have this, but as you can see, this component, the upload component is not here. So what we can do is I can go to the news feed here, and basically this side I can say if there is no username, or the username matches the current username, then show us the upload post. Then we make sure that we keep this inside the parentheses. Okay, then I put this also inside the parentheses as well. Then we go and check. Now you can see that it's here. We can now do our uploads, where you can now upload our images and everything and make our posts. Then over here I want to make sure that when I click this site I can go into my profile. So in order for me to be able to do that, I would go into the nav bar here, and then I would come and say link, right? So for this link I'll close it up, and then I would bring it down here. I need to make sure that I have imported this link. Okay, it's already imported. Then I pass in the toProp. I'll pass in the toProp of profile, come on, profile, and then the $, then with the user dot username, right? Okay, so now that I have that set up, when I go back to the browser and then I select this, I should go to my profile. Alright, so my profile is here and it should be loaded up. In no time. Let me refresh the server. The network might be bugging. I need to refresh the server. Let me close all of these things. I need to close everything here. Right, and then let me open the navbar as I wanted. Navbar, right, and let me check here. Okay, so the network as usual. Let me go to the server and save so that it restarts it, and I can go back to the page and refresh. Okay, so I'm refreshing the page. Right, looks like the network is still messed up. I'm going to fix the network, and then when I get back we should see the user information here. It has loaded up and you can see that Amma here is my friend, right? It has shown here. Right, so I want us to quickly move on to the last part of the video of the series, basically, which is trying to update the profile picture, right? Because as you can see, when we check inside the database, you can see that this profile picture is empty. So you're going to have to find a way to make sure that after we have signed up the user and have logged in, we can update the profile picture, right? So what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to add an edit profile here, and then once you click on the edit profile, it should allow you to select a picture out of your own directory. Then once you click on the picture previews over here, and then this edit profile button changes to cancel and save changes. Right now, as but the moment it becomes save changes and cancel, when you click on cancel, it stops the whole process. But when you click on save changes, it submits it into the database, hence updates the user's profile picture. Right now, in order for us to be able to get this done, let us first of all go into the backend and set up a new endpoint for that. Right, so I'm basically going to come into the backend here. Where is it? So I have model. Okay, it's already here. Then I'll go to the service. Right, I want to go into the user service. Now over here, since I am basically going to be creating I'm basically going to be creating a new endpoint, it means we need a new service for it. Okay, so because of that, let us come down to the last part here, or we can even do it under the update user. So under here you can see what const update profile picture. Okay, oh no, update profile picture, not profile, update profile picture. Right, okay, then inside we make sure that inside this we make sure it is an asynchronous function that takes in the user ID, and the new profile picture. Then after that, we use our arrow function, we open it up, then we have our try catch block as usual. We are doing what we are throwing the error, right? And then okay, we even made it error so we can throw the error like this. So as you can see, right? So over here, what are we trying to do? We want to make sure that at the end of the day, we inside our try catch block, we are going to get the user, right? We're going to get that user that we want to change their profile. Then we use the user model to find and update by ID. So find by ID and update. Then inside we would take the user ID, right? Take the user ID from the arguments that we pass. Then we open up this object and then we say what? Set. Okay, now once we are able to set, what are we passing through this set? We are going to say what? Take the profile picture field and then pass in the new profile picture. Right, now that we've been able to do that, we need to make sure that when we are returning something new, we want to say what? When we are returning something new, or when we are returning the user, we need to make sure that we are returning the update, right? So we set new to be what's true. Then we can finally return the user. Okay, that's nice and easy. Now what we have to do is we basically have to export this. So export this. Okay, since it is the what's the name? It is the module way, or ES6 modules. We do not need to suffer like that. We just write the export at the end here. Exports here, right? So it should export that for us. Then quickly we would go straight into the controller, which is here. Then we now pass in a few things. So under here, right, nicely, we are going to do this, right? Under here, what are we going to do? Right, we are basically going to export, or we can basically copy this in general. Let's copy this, right? Paste it here.
Then we just change here to say update what profile picture controller, right? Then we can come inside this place. We can take this out. Obviously, and then we can come here and change this one to what? So we can change this to update profile picture, and then pass in the request.params.id, and then pass in request file.path. Why request file.path? The request file.path is what is going to pass through Cloudinary parser or Mortar parser, and then it sends it to Cloudinary. Then we get the secure URL link, right? So basically that's it. So request the params and request file.path. So if you go inside here, realize we are going to pass the request file.path through here, so it updates this field, right? Okay, so assuming you understand, I'm going to basically now bring out this and take this one out as well. Okay, then over here I'm going to say what? The profile picture has been updated successfully. Then we throw back our error JSON. Okay, now that we have this working properly or set up properly, I would go to the user route here, then under here I can come under here and say what? Update profile picture, right? Then under here that we have that, I can basically copy this and paste it here, and then pass profile picture, right? So now that we have this all set up here, I'll say what? I'll bring the parser, I'll import the parser, but okay, the parser is not being imported automatically, so I'd have to import it myself. Import the parser. So parser, I import it from my Cloudinary file from Cloudinary. So I'll do config/cloudinary.js. Then I use this parser, then .single, then I pass in what? Then I quickly pass in the profile picture, right? Profile picture text, right? So profile picture, right? Then I'm going to bring this comma as well. Then this should set it up for us nicely. Okay, now that we have this set up, right, we want to quickly go into the front end. Right, we want to go, or if we like, we can test it ourselves, right? How do we test it? I can go to Postman, and then for this update user, we can basically duplicate this. Right? And then we can change the name to what? Update profile picture. Right? Update profile picture. Then over here we have one ID already inside, and we have what? Profile picture. Okay, just like how we set it up. Then I'll save. But whose ID is this? This is B9. That is I think that is Henry's. B9, yes, so that is Henry's. So we have that set up like we did over here. Okay, so what do we do now? We are basically going to go to Postman, go to the body, and set this to form data as usual.
Then over here for the field, so let me do this. So you see over here the field, we set it to profile picture. We set the field to profile picture, then we set here to file. Then over here we say what, we take one file here. So I'm going to take, I think I generated some images with Microsoft Designer some time ago, so I'm just going to take one image. Yeah. Alright, so now that I have this, all we have to do is, yeah, it's already output, right? So all we have to do is make the request, and we are getting, okay, what does it say? Malform part header. Okay. Alright. What I'm going to do is, let me check. Okay. Profile picture is set. I'm going to remove this image. I'm going to check the ID. Right, I have profile picture. Right, then let me save or restart the server. If I go inside here to check, okay, so yeah, we used the wrong one. So inside the route, I'll change this to what, update profile picture, and we are going to get that. No, that's not what you're going to get. Update profile picture controller. Yes. Then now that we have that, we can now test it out. So I can select my file one more time. Okay, let's select this. Then I'll make the request. Alright, so when we check inside the database, you can see that we have this cloudinary link here, right, or string basically. So it has been updated. Okay, so I'm going to quickly clean that and update this, right? And then now that we've made sure that our endpoint works, let's go into the front end and then do a few things. So inside the profile page here, I'm going to come under here and write a few conditions to render a few files or render a few components, right? So inside here, what am I going to do? I want to make sure that this profile that we are in belongs to the logged in user, right? So I'm going to take this username from the params and compare it with the logged in user's username, and if it's the same, we display edit profile, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, I'll bring my curly braces right under here, right? Then I'll say what username that we are getting from the params up here. Okay, so I can cut this out, but the username we are getting from the params, right, should be equal to what? It should be equal to this user, right? Or it should be equal to current user, basically current user that we've not imported yet. Current user dot username. Okay, that's, we are going to get it from the auth context. So let's import it here. Say const, then user, then we give it a nickname of what, current user, but represented with current user. You are going to get it from the useContext, then auth context, right? Okay, then you're going to check if it compares or if it matches perfectly and it returns true. then I need you to render these things, right? Okay, so what do I need you to render? First of all, let me bring in my empty fragments. Then I'm going to say that what? Give me a button, right? Give me a button, and basically don't give me the button yet, because okay, I mean, we could do that, right? We could make it give us the button, but let's not complicate things. Okay, I want to say that if, okay, let me do this. Let me do this, right? You have this one compared to be true, and then you are rendering your elements, right? But like I said before, like I mentioned before, we want to make sure that whenever the button is here and we click on it, it will open a file or a directory for us to select the picture that we want, and then we preview this picture, right? I mentioned that. Okay, now once we are previewing the picture, we want to be in a certain type of mode, like an edit mode, right? Then we can either save changes or cancel the operation that we are performing, right? Now, in order for us to be able to get into that mode, we need to write certain conditions, right? So I'm quickly going to set that thing up so we don't have to make the video too long, right? So over here, I can create another condition, right? I want to check if I'm in the edit mode, right? So I'm going to say if edit mode, of which we've not set up yet, right? We've not set up that edit mode yet, right? So let's quickly go back to set it up. I'll come here and say const edit mode, set edit mode, right? Then it's equal to what? Use state, then we set that to what? False, as its default value, right? Now that we have this set up, we want to come down here, right? So we want to say that, we want to say if edit mode, give us this, but if not, so if edit mode give us this, let me put in my empty fragments, but if it's not, right? So over here, if edit mode, show us the two buttons, which is the save changes and then the cancelled, and then if it's not in edit mode, just show us the edit button, right? So inside here, you're going to say what? How do we create these buttons? So I'm going to have a button element inside here, right? Then inside this element, I'm basically going to I'm going to write save changes, right? Save changes, right? So right now that I have this button save changes here, I want to make sure that it would have like a few class names, but let's not give it class names here, right? And then let's create another button here as well, and then give that a cancel, right? We'll handle that, we'll handle the stylings later, right? So now that we are not in edit mode and we want the button for edit profile, over here we're not going to give it a button, we're going to give it a label and an input, right? Because we want to be able to make sure that when we click on it, it opens up the file directory. So I'm basically going to say label, right? And inside this label, I'm quickly going to say edit profile, right? Good. Now over here too, I'm going to bring my inputs, right? And I'm going to set the input to file, right? I can remove this name because we don't need it, right? Then over here I'll say what? Profile picture, copy this back into the browser and I select this, you see that it brings this out. So what we are going to do is, over here, I'm going to set this to hidden. Okay, quickly set it to hidden, right, so that we don't see it. So when I click on this, it'll open it up, then we can select the image, right? Okay, now that we know this, let us give it a few class names, so let us style it, right? So I'm going to style it by saying
that I'm giving it
a text white first of all. I'm going to give it a text white, then I'll self-center it, right? Then I want to say my cursor should be pointer. Then I want to give it a background of green, 600. Then I want to say that my margin top, to give it some space between the username and the bio, would be what, 2.5. Then I'll say what my px should be what, my px should be 5. Okay, then my py should be 2. Okay, then I'm going to give it a rounded md, and then I'll give it a hover effect as well of bg green 700. Then I'll set it to a transition just so that it doesn't look weird or doesn't act weird. So over here, when we hover it, you see the smooth movement coming with it nicely, right? So now that we've been able to get this button working as we expect, I'm clicking on it, it comes nicely, right? What am I going to do next? I'm going to quickly try to add an unchanged function to the input file so that we can receive the file, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say what, an unchanged, and then I'm going to say handle file change, of which we are going to handle really quickly above. Okay, so now that we have this handle file change, let us go to the save changes and then give it its class names, right? So over here for the save change, I'm going to say what, let's give it a bg green 600, bg green 600. Then let's give it an empty 2.5, basically an empty 2.5. Then I'll give it what, a px, I'll give it a px of what, 5, and I'll give it a py of 2. Then what else? I'll make sure that the text is what, white as well. Okay, then I'll also make sure that it is rounded md, and I'll give it a hover of bg green 700, bg green 700, and the transition. Okay, right, now that I have this, I want to pass on the same class name to this button, but change a few things. Copy it to this button, then change a few things. Now what am I trying to change? I want to make sure that I'm changing this to be red, and then I want to change, but this one I'm going to make it red 500 actually, and I'll make this red 600. Okay, so we quickly have these two buttons. Okay, it says what, handle file change. Yeah, we've not done the handle file change. So now when we want to make sure that when I click this and I take my file and I click on my image, we preview the file inside the user profile picture, and then at the same time we are showing these two buttons in edit mode, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, we have to set up a few use states above, right? So here I'm quickly going to handle those use states above, right? So here I'm going to add preview image. Okay, I'm connecting my charger. Right, so I'm going to add preview image, then set preview image, right? And then we say use state. So this use state is going to be set to what? None. Okay. Then over here we want to handle file change, right? So I'll come below here and I'll say what? Const handle file change, right? Handle file change. That is going to take in the e as the parameter, and then the arrow. Then it says what? Const file is equal to what? e.target dot files. Then you select the first file inside. Then over here I want to say that if file, right, or if the file exists, or if we get the file, right, what do we want to do? We want to set the preview image to that file, right? So we want to set the preview image. So over here, in order for us to be able to preview the image without sending it into the server, we use this property, right? Create what? Object URL, like what we did for the other one. Then we pass in the file. Then right under it, we can set the edit mode. We can set the edit mode to be true. Okay, then that one we can now see our second buttons once it's in edit mode, right? Then we want to make sure that we are doing something here for the, so we want to say what? Let's not leave out, okay, let me go back, let's test it first. So I'm going to click this, and then I'm going to select this. Now as you can see over here, there's nothing showing, right? So in order for us to be able to set that up, I'll go here, right? I'm going to go here, and then I would make this change. I'm going to set the preview image, right? So when we go back, you can see the image show up here. Then we can cancel. But as you can see, when we click on cancel, nothing happens, and when we click on save changes to, nothing also happens. But don't worry, that is not our fault. That is not our fault at all. So in order for us to be able to fix these things, we are going to have two extra things, right? That is two extra functions, which are the functions that we are going to add to these two bad boys here, right? So this button here is going to have a function called, so when you click on it, it's going to say what? Handle save, right? Handle save. And then this one is also going to have what? Handle cancel. Okay, handle cancel, right? So since we have these two functions here, what do? Let's create them, right? So in order for us to be able to create these two buttons, for the handle save, we can just come and say const handle save. Then we make sure that it's an asynchronous function, obviously, because we'll be calling from the server. Then yes, let's just leave it like this, empty. And then let's come to what? Const handle cancel.
cancel actually, not save. Undo cancel. Then it's going to be what? Over here. Then we say what? We set the image preview to be null. We set the image preview to be null. Then under here we say what? Toggle edit mode. Toggle edit mode, of which we've not worked on, right? Or we can even say set edit mode to be false. Okay, set edit mode to be false. Okay, so let's test that. So I'm going to click on this, then I'll select the image, shows up here, just cancel, and then everything is back to normal, right? Now that it works, I want to go back. Sorry, let me minimize this. Now that it works, I want to go back to my VS Code here. Then what do we want to work on? We want to know, now that we can preview the images and then we can cancel, we want to make sure that we have the handle save working. Okay, so over here in the handle save, let us do a few things. Okay, now over here that we have this set preview image, this is just helping us preview the image and it's coming out as a URL, right? Of which you don't need. You need the actual image. So I'm going to say what? Const profile image set profile image, right? Then we set that to a use state. We set that to a use state of null. Okay, then over here, once we are able to handle this, we can do what? We can set the profile image to the file itself. Then we pass that into the server. Okay, so I'm going to go into handle save here, and then we have our try catch block, right? Try catch here. Then inside this try catch, we are going to do what? Say console.log. Then we are going to log out the error. We can also use our toast component, toast.error. Then we are going to say that what are we going to say? Failed to update profile picture. Failed to update profile picture, right? So now that we have that, we want to make sure that we are checking a few things before we handle. Okay, so here we want to say that sorry, we want to do a check. So we want to say whenever we click on handle save, we want to check for something first, right? Now we want to check, right? We want to check. So this if else here, we want to bring this and bring it here, right? Okay, I have to take this one as well and bring it here, right? So what is the condition that you are checking for? We want to check if there's an image preview. If there's no image preview, then we can basically set our edit mode to false. Okay, we can set the edit mode to false, right? So here I want to say what? If there's an image preview, right? If there is an image preview, then do whatever you want to do. But if there is not, we can set edit mode to false. You can set edit mode to false, right? Now that we have that, now inside this
let's first of all create our form data, since that's what we used in our testing. We used the form data, right? So let's do the form data. Then you see what's new form data. Initialize that. Now inside this form data here, we want to say form data dot append. Then we have a field called profile picture. Then after this profile picture field, we pass in with the profile image, right? So we pass in the profile image that we set this file to. Now that we've been able to pass that, we are going to try to use our API or our endpoint here. So here we can get the response, right? We can basically get the response here. So I can say const what res, then I'll await it, right? I'll await. Then I'll call this API that we created inside our API.js. Then I'll say what put. Okay, I'm going to put. So I'm going to update. Now inside this, how am I going to update? How am I going to perform my update, right? I'm going to use this backticks because you're going to be passing in some IDs, right? So inside this backticks, I'm going to say users slash what. Then I need my logged in users ID. So I would say current user dot ID, right? Then now that I have that, I can now do it. Come here and pass in a profile picture. Okay. Then what am I going to pass after this has been successful, right? I'm basically going to pass in the form data. Okay, so I'm going to say form data, right? Then over here I'm going to make sure that it knows that the headers is what form data. So I'm going to say content type, right? So the content type here is going to be a multipath form data, right? So multipath, multi-part form data, right? Okay, now that we have this all set up, we want to see that in case this whole operation is successful, we want to send a toast dot success saying what, that your profile, or we can even set it to what is coming out of the response, right? So we can say res dot data dot message, right? And then over here we can come down and set our user. We can say what, take the user that we set once we updated the page, right? And then collect every data inside it, right? But make sure that we are changing profile picture only, that profile picture field. Then we are passing in what, the rest dot data dot user dot profile picture, right? Okay, then we make sure that over here we set our preview image to null. We set the preview image to null one more time. Then after we toggle, or after we set our edit mode to false. Okay, right? Now that we have this all set up nicely as we expect, we want to go ahead and test the code to make sure it works. Okay, but let's check one more thing.
Now I want to make sure that when I click on save changes, I can see some progress going on, right? So in order for us to be able to do that, let's quickly add a loading state, right? So over here, I'm going to say const loading set loading, and I'm going to give that a use state. Then over here, use state, so yeah, it's false. Then over here we can set it to true. So set loading to true. Once we make the API call, set loading to true. Then once it is successful, we want to set loading to false. Set loading to false, and then we want to do the same thing for the error, right? Okay, and now let us also, okay, I mean, once there's an error, obviously going to set the loading. Wait, I'm gonna copy this, set loading to false in case. Yeah, alright, so yeah, or it's not necessary, let's just leave it. So over here, right, we want to make sure that our loading state is being recognized. So I'll wrap this in a curly braces, and I'll see what in case loading is what, in case it's true, in case loading is true, I need you to say what, saving changes. But if it's not, I need you to say save changes, right? Okay, so now that we've been able to set this up, we can now check. All right, so let's test, right? I'm going to click on edit profile here, then I'll select designer or one of the images. Then you can see it here. If I cancel, everything goes back to normal. If I do it again and select one picture, it's here. Then I can save changes. You can see saving changes. Okay, profile picture has been updated successfully. If I refresh this, we should see that it's here, nicely updated. Let's check the database. You should see it here, nicely updated as well. Okay, right. So I'm really glad we're able to get to the final point of our social media application in general, and I'm really excited. Let us just go into the auth context and remove this default thing we put in there. Let's set it back to null. Okay, let's quickly set it back to null. Okay, then we can now log in or sign up with a new user. It says what, cannot read property null of username, and that is in a profile. Sorry, why did I click that? That is in a profile. Okay, we can check. So I'm going to go into the profile. Right, so we just place that in there. You should check for it. I'm sure there are more errors. Let's check. Okay, username, now bar, username. Okay, that one too we are going to have to check. So it says what, navbar.jsx, navbar, then what else? I'm sure there are so many places. I'm going to search for all the user parts. I'm going to say user, then it brings out all the user parts. I'm going to take this one out. I'm going to take, yeah, I'm going to take these. I don't think I can update all of them at once, so I'm going to have to do it one by one. So let's go back. It says what, navbar, right? So inside my navbar, I already added it. Okay, so I'm sure there are more. Let me just edit exit here. Then it should show the sign up. Okay, so sign up is being shown here. I can basically sign in with a new user, or I can just log into my account as Henry. I can log in as Henry at gmail.com. Login. Says cannot read property of undefined. Cannot read the property of undefined at the right bar. Okay. Here. Okay. So I'm going to have to check the right bar. Okay. Do this. Okay. Let's log into our account as Henry. So basically, most of the errors that you are going to get when you set it to null, it's just going to be rendering issues. So you just have to check if the user exists. Like let's say for example this side like this, you can just add your question marks to check if the user exists, and then once the user exists, so it checks and the user appears, you now render the page, right? So it works as we expect it to. If I go into Ama's profile, so I can say profile.ama, you can see that we are following Ama. It looks like we have an error here too as well. It says what, reading null of profile picture, and that is going to be the nav bar here. Okay. So like I said, so I'm going to nav bar as well, and I'm going to add this. Then what else? I think there's another error. Username newsfeed. Okay, newsfeed as well. So I'm going to the newsfeed. I'm going to the newsfeed and I'm going to add my question mark like I have done. And then I think there are some small errors, some extra errors. Okay, so I need to add more question marks to make those changes. So I'm going to quickly add the question marks to all the parts that I have to make changes to. Then when I'm done, I'll come back and then we should see our project working as we expect it to. So I've been able to fix all the rendering issues. That's the question mark checks. So let us quickly log in gmail.com, Henry, then I'm inside. Okay, so you can see that we have this here. We have Henry showing here as well, and Amma is here. Okay, so now that we have all this set up, we know that everything is working as we expected it to. We can update we can make posts, we can update our profile, we can follow people and everything. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? So basically, I know that we weren't able to work on the user persistence part, and let's not work on that for now.
In fact, I'm going to throw it to you as a challenge. Yeah, I mean, for you to be able to perform this user persistence thing, you can use either Redux or your local storage to store the login user information for you to use everywhere in your application as well. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to try to implement it. Then I'll give you the email to access the neural feed or solution events basically. So I'm going to give you the email inside the description, and then you send me a video of you implementing it, or you can just send me a link to the repo, and then I'll make sure I check it out, and I'll definitely shout you out in the next videos that we would or the next videos that I'm going to put out, right? So yeah,
I'm feeling so excited to show people the new videos that I'm coming out with. They are more they are more responsive, they have better graphics, and they are more fast, there's less talk, and then everything is just in place, right? So basically there are so many in general, and so my main aim is to give you a pool for you to select from. All right, yeah, then after you select from the pool, then I'll know the one to release next, right? Thank you very much for getting to this point. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one.